I just can't stay. Of this love. I need you to know I am over there. I need you to falter. I can't even run back there. That love is killing me. I just can't stay. Of this world today. Got me accused of taxes. I ain't got a dime. Got me accused of children. And ain't never one of them. It's killing me.
Alexa, stop. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. Good. Everybody hear me okay? It looks like we don't quite have a quorum yet.
Yep, I'm hear you fine.
Do you appreciate the mood music? Did you hear the mood music?
Yeah, I heard it. I appreciated it. It got me in the mood.
Yeah, I know. This is kind of rainy, lousy Friday morning, but at least we have the sheer exhilaration and excitement of another Designed Experiments lecture. I know you can tell by the look on my face how excited I am. So one of the things I'm going to ask as we launch forward is what y'all thought about the recorded lectures versus the, I got to oil my chair, versus the in-person or live lectures. And if you had any preferences or that sort of thing. We'll wait till more people get online.
I guess I preferred the truly live lectures, but as far as recorded or live Zoom, it doesn't.
Yeah.
They're kind of the same.
I know I've
You're
got
watching a video either way.
Yeah, I know I've got one other course and it's completely synchronous and they like that a lot, but it's all UT graduate students, so they're on campus. So I'll be honest, I don't even know if they watch them. No, I'm planning to build in some quizzes to see if they actually watch them. Which I think would be hilarious.
Give them some random factoid and say, remember that, it'll be on the quiz. And then
yeah, well, so with so I use a software called Camtasia to record it, and you can actually build in lectures quizzes or questions or quizzes into the lecture or any video, right? And so it goes along and it just stops and the question pops up and you have to answer it. You can set it up so it's actually graded in, so say you have 5 questions throughout the 1 hour lecture, so that could be a quiz. And so it'd be interesting to see if they actually watch it or not. So how's the rest of your semester going? Pretty good?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. Busy, but we'll make it through it.
Yeah. So let me
This
ask.
semester,
Oh, go ahead.
I said this semester actually feels like it's going by fairly quickly. I mean, we're already at, this is week 5 of 14, so
Yeah, and I mean it ends like quickly, right? I mean it's like just into November, you know, right before Thanksgiving, and it's done.
yeah, that'll be nice.
I
And then we
have
have basically another summer break.
yeah, and then it doesn't start until the end of January,
Yeah.
which is crazy. So I haven't looked at the write-ups y'all did for the um, proposed projects. Do you have any issues, questions, concerns, that sort of thing? I think, well, certainly the chapter 3 stuff where it's looking at the single variable and random single variable might contribute. And then starting chapter 4, which is really getting to the guts of design of experiments, which is blocking, which will immediately follow what we're going to do today. In fact, we might get into it a little bit today. I don't know how much. That will really help solidify some of your thoughts. We'll wait a couple more minutes.
Yeah, it didn't have any real problem with it. It's more the export issues from any kind of work
Yeah,
project we're gonna do. Yeah, yeah.
It's not impossible.
No, not impossible. It's just another barrier to get through.
You have to think of it very early on. Have they relaxed any, or are they as persnickety as they have been?
I don't know. I don't think they've relaxed much, but just having all that stuff done before you take it to outside.
Well, I want to go ahead and launch. We're a little bit into it, and so I mentioned that I kind of wanted to do an informal survey of what you all thought about the recorded lectures versus the quasi live lectures. And before I share my views, I'm curious what your thinking is. So any views? You know, so I will say that there's probably at least one more lecture. So part of the problem that I have is so when you become faculty, they assign you to these functions, and it's kind of your duty to show up. Well, not surprisingly, they assign me to one that meets once a month on Friday from 9 to 10. So that was probably, to be honest, the biggest motivation for recording the lectures. And I thought, well, it's probably easier to record all the lectures for all that day than just, you know, try to jump in at 10. So there's at least going to be one more of those. But we can make it not be, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 20-minute lectures. But that said, my sense is that most people prefer the kind of synchronous thing where we actually are sitting in a live Zoom session versus a recorded. So if you want to do a thumb vote, or if you want to do a actual make a comment, or I'd be interested in what you have to say. Not that this is a democracy, but I'd be interested in your views.
I certainly prefer this way better.
Yeah.
The recorded one was okay in a pinch, and if we have
About
to
the
do it again, it'll be
asynchronous
fine.
mode is I can take notes about specific things and kind of would know about where to go if I need to go revisit that piece of the lecture. You know, versus just reading, you know, seeing one cold and not knowing necessarily what the material is there, but you know, they're both equally, you know, they both have pros and cons, and so, you know, whichever gets the material across to us.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that if it's recorded the way I recorded it, it comes across as an MP4 file, so you can play through it quickly till you find a spot, right? I was looking at Dr. Hummel's lecture yesterday, and you can't fast forward. I mean, you can click it, but you can't fast forward if you're looking for a specific area. And so I found that a little bit challenging, maybe frustrating would be the word. I also thought the benefit of having shorter lectures that you can go and see at any point in time might be of value. That's what I do for my other course. Any other views? I know Royce was not a fan of it, and I get that. So Royce, I'm speaking for you.
You're doing fine.
And I get it. You know, the problem with having asynchronous or recorded is you can't ask questions, right? So, and yeah, that's unfortunate.
The only nice part about it was that they were short enough that the attention span for you could go back and pick it up. For me,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I'd like to be able to do that with the main lectures, but there'd be so many of them by the time we got done with the semester, you probably would keep up with them. But
Yeah, it'd be great if there was a way to index them, you know, and I don't know that you couldn't. It would just take more work. And I know that the TAs have plenty of extra time. They're not doing anything but sitting in the bullpen down there. I'm just picking on them right now. So anyway, so any questions so far? You know, I'm going to launch into the lecture. So any questions, any concerns, any issues?
Yeah, speaking of TAs with nothing to do, Ibrahim, what was up with all the notifications that went out in the middle of the night?
Oh, it's my mistake. I tried to add the Zoom link for this class in the Canvas, and I realized I should cancel it. And I also you know, for one of the homeworks, I did one of the homeworks, and it notifies you.
Yeah. So, because it confused me a little bit, because I noticed that the Zoom links were different in the notification that went out.
Yes, I canceled it, and because I'm not a host, I couldn't add this Zoom link. I asked the host to add the Zoom link in the Canvas.
Yeah, it was a nice panic for the way to start the Friday morning.
Sorry about that.
That's fine. Just a little tease.
Yeah.
I saw that too, but Rob, I didn't have enough common sense to ask the question. So let's push ahead. And I'll apologize about my chair, because it's.
I would like to ask the one question that nobody has. The project that we submitted, are we going to get some feedback on that, or just let it go?
Oh, absolutely. I haven't gotten to it yet, but that's a job for this weekend.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. So we're kind of coming to a close on single factor. And let me see if I can, at least that's my intent today. And I did upload a few more updates, so you should have that. So we talked about the multiple comparisons, right? And where we used either student paired t-test or the Tukey test, or there's some other test depending on what your preferences are, right? All have their benefits and drawbacks. The Tukey test seems to be more robust. It's interesting, you know, so it's just a click, right? So you can do both and see if there's a difference. Typically there's not, sometimes there is. So that's that. So one of the things that we've been doing, you might have not realized it, is the analysis that we've been doing so far. We've selected the factors, right? And so we've determined what the levels on the knobs are. So we specifically set those. We fixed those factors. So us as the experimenters said that we're choosing machine 1, 2, or 3, or we're setting the knob to levels 40, 50, or 60. There's another approach where let's say we have a larger group. So instead of 3 machines, we have 30 machines. Or instead of 4 colors, we have 1,080 colors. We can randomly select those and say that they're representing the population. And so as an experimenter, you'd say, out of this big hat of potential levels or representative objects, I'm going to pick a certain number out of there that I think is representative. That's called random factors. So does that make sense? So we have fixed factors, which I set. And so we'll get into an example later where they're looking at looms for making cloth. And so or it could be equipment in the shipyard, and you've got 3 of them, and you're just going to test 3 of them. Or you have 5 of them, and you pick 3. You pick 3 specifically because they're the ones that you feel are operating the way that you're examining. But if you have a bigger data set or a bigger selection to choose from, you could say, I want to represent, or let me take a step back. So those fixed factors represent only those machines. If you use random factors, you can say it represents the population. So if you're at a shipyard, and instead of having 3 or 4 machines, you have, again, I use, say 30, and you want to pick a number that represents all those 30. Well, you can't run an experiment on all those 30, probably. It'd be just crazy expensive and take a crazy long time. So you might pick a suitable sample randomly out of those to represent those. And so you'd use some sort of random sampling. So say you put 30 pieces of paper with numbers in a hat, and you picked out 5 of those, and you said, that's going to represent my sample. That's a random factor approach versus a fixed factor approach. Random factor approach versus fixed factor. So why do you care? Well, I mentioned one, that when you do fixed factors, it represents just those factors. Technically, at least, it doesn't represent the entire population of what those are. The other is the approach you use to analyze the data is slightly different. And we'll get into that as we go through the lecture a little bit. So keep that in mind as we go forward. So here's the example I had. So when you do random factors, you have to have a big enough population to choose from. So let's say you have 5 machines and you're going to choose 4 of them at random. I'd say, that's not random. you know, you have 5 machines, but you're picking 4, you picked almost all of them. Can't really say that that's a random sample, right? But if you had a bunch more, then you could. So I have an example here where we're looking at welders, and so welders could either be welding machines or it could be people, right? Because when we're looking at the factor welders, we're looking at the objects underneath what that is. And so it could be a setting on a welder, so it could be one of an infinite number of settings, or it could be, we're just picking 10 people out of the 300 people at the shipyard that we have, and that's what we're going to use as our sample. So sometimes I get confused because you have factors, and under factors you have levels. And to me, levels kind of implies that, you know, it's lower to higher level, right? And that's not what it means. It just means that you have representative cases underneath that factor. That's what a level is. All right. So don't get confused by the fact that a level just really represents those settings or those objects underneath the factor. The other thing you need to be cognizant of is you need to be thinking about this early in your design phase. You don't want to think about it after you've defined what your population size needs to be and you're way down the path to design an experiment. This should be very early in terms of setting your design criteria. So we'll circle back to that. So one of the things that we talked about earlier in this course is sample size, and how sample size is an important consideration. And very often in your design of experiments, people will ask you, well, what was your sample size and how did you get to it? And that depends on a lot of different things. Your sample size depends on a lot of different things. It depends, well, how big is the population that you're sampling from? How expensive is it to get those samples? So we're hearing a lot about vaccine trials, and any kind of biomedical trial is inherently goofy expensive to do, which is why they try to limit the number in the population, just because it's so expensive and hard to control. So that's one of the other factors is depending on what that population, what you're detecting, there's increasing complication, potentially increasing complications with increasing your population size. The other consideration is how sensitive, remember that signal to noise discussion that we had a while ago? So how much difference do you want to pick up? And so if you're kind of looking at ballpark sorts of things, then your sample size doesn't have to be quite as big. If you're looking at pretty specific narrow bands that you're trying to decide within, then you're going to need a larger sample size. Rule of thumb, generally, increasing the number of replications and increasing the sample size is a good thing if you can afford it, generally speaking. Generally speaking, you can't increase it much more than kind of the minimal number anyway, because it's expensive, and it's not just expensive in terms of money, but in terms of time. So one of the things that sample size does, and this gets back to the sensitivity, is it helps us manage our type 1 and type 2 errors. Very often we refer to power as the indicator of sample size. And you might recall from an earlier lecture that power is 1 minus beta. Beta is the error probability of your type 2 error. Let me say that again. Type 2 error is beta. And that's a value between 0 and 1. So it's a decimal. And your power is 1 minus your beta. And so if your type 2 error has a chance of occurring 20% of the time, 0.2, your power is 80. Rule of thumb for power is anything, or 0.8, right? 80%. 0.8. Rule of thumb again is 80 or above is just usually a pretty good power. And again, I'll give you that lawyer's answer. It depends on what you're trying to do, right? And so if you need a lot of confidence that this thing is actually right, that you're not going to get a false reading on your null hypothesis, that you fail to reject a null hypothesis when it's false, then you're going to want a higher power. Higher power is always better. You can't always get it. And one of the biggest drivers is sample size, it's the population. So I dug this up. Actually, I didn't dig it up. I heard it on National Public Radio. And I loaded it up to the module. I'm gonna see if I can play it. What this is about is they're talking about COVID vaccines and considerations on COVID vaccines. So let me see if this thing plays. Hopefully it will. Oh, there we go.
$200,000 people in the U.S. have
Can
now
you hear
died
it?
from COVID-19, and scientists around the world are racing to develop a vaccine to prevent the disease. So far, they've enrolled more than 100,000 volunteers to test the leading vaccine candidates. NPR science correspondent Joe Palca has been looking into how we will know whether a vaccine is truly effective and when we might have that answer. Hi, Joe. Hello. First off, would you recap for us why we need so many people in these trials?
Well, one of the reasons is you want to be able to look for rare side effects. I mean, the initial trials involve tens or maybe hundreds of people, and there are sometimes side effects that only show up when you look at a lot of people. But the other thing is you need to make sure people get exposed. And this is where things get really interesting, because researchers can't go out and tell people, yes, now if we've given you a shot, go see if you can get exposed to the virus. That would be unethical. I spoke with Ruth Karen, director of the Johns Hopkins Vaccine Initiative, and she says volunteers will be told to do all the things that will keep them healthy. Hand washing, wearing a mask, social distancing.
Some people will not be able to adhere to that, and some people will have exposure just by the nature of the kind of work they do. For example, it could be if they're healthcare workers or if they're other kinds of frontline workers.
And also they need a lot of people because the trials will have two groups, people who actually get the vaccine and people who just get an injection with it in their liquid like saline.
And since there are those two different groups, how do you know that the vaccine is responsible for people not getting ill? I mean, maybe more people in the vaccinated group just never left their homes and so had no contact with anyone who could expose them to the virus.
Exactly. Well, that's a possibility, but there are two good reasons why that doesn't happen. First of all, there's something called double blind, which I'm sure you've heard of. It means when you get jabbed in this study, you don't know what you're getting jabbed with, and the person doing the jabbing doesn't know what he or she is giving you. So there's no basis for changing your behavior based on whether or not you think you got the vaccine or didn't think you got the vaccine. But the other thing is something called randomization. And yes, okay, there'll be some people who will be hermits, and some people will go out with a devil may care attitude and they'll expose themselves. But the idea with randomization is those people will be equally distributed between the vaccine group and the placebo group. And so you get the same numbers doing the same sorts of things, and so you can make a meaningful comparison between the two groups.
And then how do researchers know if anyone's actually being exposed to the virus?
Well, I mean, the truth is you don't in an individual case. You're making a bet that with a lot of people being out in the world, some people will be exposed. And you want to test the vaccine in a place where there are people, where the virus is circulating. But the other thing is you have to wait until you get a certain number of results. They call events in the trial lingo, the number of people getting sick. And this is why big numbers are needed, because if you get the first 10 people and they all turn out to be in the control, in the placebo group, oh, the vaccine is working, that's fantastic. But it may be a statistical fluke, and the next 10 people might be all in the vaccinated group who get sick. So you really have to wait until you get a certain number of cases. And in these studies, they think that number is around 150 cases of disease. And then they'll look to see, well, how do those match out between the control group, the placebo group, and the people who actually get vaccinated.
Joe, is there any way to show that a vaccine works without involving so many people?
Well, there is a way you can do what's called a challenge trial, where you actually take the virus after you vaccinated somebody, you take the virus and put it into their nose. But this has got ethical issues with it, because you don't have a treatment, and if they get sick, you could actually be killing people in your trial. So you're kind of betting that the vaccine will work, and some people feel that's not very ethical to do.
That is NPR science correspondent Joe Packer. Joe, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I think they should interview the people who would think that's ethical.
Yeah, I know. Be interesting to see what some of these other countries are doing that don't have the same approach to ethics management that we do.
That may be how Russia came up with theirs so quickly.
Yeah, you read my mind. Yeah, it's so, and there's problems with those challenge trials too, right? Because what you're not getting, I mean, the other benefit he talked about is, so there's a lot of large numbers and all this sort of thing, and that really plays a role in your design of experiments. And as an experimentalist, you all will like large numbers if you can get it. The only thing better than a lot of data is all the data. You know, you want big numbers, because what you're looking for is those events that don't happen very often. And it's all statistical, right? So kind of no pun intended, but it's the luck of the draw. And so if you don't have enough numbers, you won't get those kind of black swan occurrences where, you know, somebody in the population just happens to react, in the case of the viruses. And you can say, well, you know, it's a 1 in 10,000 occurrence, but when you have a couple billion people taking this, that's a pretty big number. And so if we make it relevant to us, you know, if we're making stuff and we're doing welds, right? And we want to change to a new welding process, well, we need to buy all new welding machines, and we're doing 10,000 welds a day times 300 is 365 days a year. Then you want to know what those spurious events are, and that's why if you can, you want those larger numbers. You know, I keep bringing up the point that, you know, then there's that cold blanket of reality that you have to put on top of this, where you only have so much money and so much time to do the experiments with. And so you'll be limited in the sorts of things you do. And so you as the engineer managers need that kind of informed approach where you can ask the question, so tell me about how you constructed this, and you tell me how you came to your sample size. You tell me what the risks are associated with your type 1 and type 2 errors. Those are the kinds of questions you should be asking. And oh, by the way, that's the same sort of questions that somebody like me will ask on the projects, right? So anyway, I thought that was interesting. I thought they did a really good job at kind of explaining it in a pretty straightforward way. So let's talk about how we calculate power. And not surprisingly, your software, JMP, will do that for you. So let's pull up JMP. And where JMP puts it is inside of design of experiments. And they put it, I think, yeah, design diagnostics. So we go to DOE, go to design diagnostics, go to sample and power. and it'll come up with a screen. Can all you see this? Is this legible to you? You can see, you know, all the various flavors of detecting sample size. Now I'll direct you to someplace in your book. It's actually on the screen too. It's page 93 in your book, if you have your book. And they've got, I think they're using the etch experiment still. Are they? Yes. All right. And so they've picked 4 means. They've picked 4 means. You might ask the question, how do they pick those 4 means? That's a really good question. We'll come back to that. But they pick 4 means. And so you see here we have 1 sample mean. Well, we have 4 means, right? We have 2 sample means, but we've got 4 means. So we go to K sample means. I don't know why it's not N sample means, but whenever they're talking about the number of samples or means, they use K for some reason. So we'll do that. And this is the screen that it comes up with. And so you guys keep me honest. So it's, we enter 575, 575, which is 1 sample mean. We enter 600, if you see where those are. We enter 650, and we enter 675. Our alpha is, I don't know what they have in the book. Yeah, they keep it 0.05. And if you read the problem, right above the output, it says that our sigma is 0.25. No, it's not. It's 25. 25. We click continue. And this gives us a plot of our sample size. And so depending on the power we want, so if we want 0.8, which is say right about here, we go over here, and our sample size is about 10. So about 10. See how that works? Or you can say I've got a sample size of 12. What is my power going to be? Well, 0.85, it looks like. You can also put in what power we want. Say we want 0.9. It'll tell us what our sample size is. So we need, for a power of 0.9, we need a sample size of 11. Let's, for grins and giggles, see what happens if we just reduce it by 10%. Now, it's interesting. Sometimes that's a huge difference. Sometimes it's no difference at all. Oops, doesn't like that. 10. So we reduce it so it's 10. So it's not a big difference. And so this is the kind of thing that you do up front before you actually start getting into collection of data to figure out, well, how big is my sample size got to be? And so if we change the standard deviation, which is that spread, right? So that's the difference between the means. That's the difference between these numbers. Let's make that, what do you want to make it? 40? Let's make it a big change. And then we're just going to see how that affects sample size. We're going to keep our power at 0.8, and we continue. Sample size gets to 16. Wow. What happens when it gets to 10? Six. Why is that? Why do you think that is? Why when we decrease the standard deviation, does the sample size go down? It's kind of a trick question, huh? That's because when your standard deviation is going up, that means there's more variance. And so to get more accurate results, you need more in your sample. As your curve gets tighter, there's less variance in between. So whatever sample you pick is more likely to fall at that center point. Does that make sense? Not so much? Yes?
So how do you make it update when you change the standard deviation? Mine didn't update.
So what you got to do is, so let's do this. So let's make it 5. And then you got to get rid of one of these things or else it won't like it. So let's just say we're interested in the sample size. We're going to keep our power the same. So I got rid of that number. And so it's 6. What was it before with 10? Was it still 6? I think it's still 6, wasn't it? Yeah. And so once you, in this case, once you start getting much smaller standard deviation, it's not having an impact on your sample size because it's narrow already, and it's saying, hey, most of what we're going to come up with is going to be representative of the next guy. So we don't need a lot of sample to do this. If we made this 100, I bet you the number is huge. Yeah, it's 74. So it's saying we need 74 samples if that curve's flattened out and there's so much range that these things are going to fall within. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
So this just walks us through how to do that. So what I'm trying to do is add the slides in so that if you don't want to go back and rewatch the lectures, which I know are riveting, you can go back to the slides and it'll have it for you. Oh, okay. So the author makes a good point that sometimes what you want to do is you don't want to have to pick the various means, but you want to have the sample size or the power determine what you want to do. To my knowledge, JMP does not do that for you, but Minitab does. So I spared no expense for you guys. I got Minitab. Actually, I should show you. Have you guys heard of On the Hub? On the Hub. So this is software that you as UT students have access to. And there's a ton of different pieces of software on here that if you were interested, you could get. And so I spared no expense, spent $30 and got Minitab. I think it's a 6-month subscription. There's various flavors of Minitab. There's SPSS, which you get for free. Wolfram Alpha, which is great if you have kids taking algebra and you don't remember algebra. You can actually type stuff in. It's one of those free forms where you ask the question and it comes back with the answer. They have, of course, the data analysis, all the Adobe products, all that sort of thing. So I'm not an agent of on the hub. It's just something that if you think you might have need for it, or when you are exiting out of your program and might want, in most cases, you're not buying it, you're just renting it. So you get it for 6 months or a year, depending on how much you want to pay. So anyway, that's on the hub. What did I just do? All right, Minitab. So Rob was asking, how to get jump, and I thought there might be some utility. Well, I use jump a lot, particularly for design of experiments. Minitab has a lot of advantages too. It's set up different. Many of them are set up the same, or have the same concept, but it's set up differently. And so instead of being under design of experiments, which is here, it goes under power and sample size. And the example in your book says, well, so we're doing a one-way ANOVA. And so it comes up with the screen. And so the number of levels, we had 4 levels. We know the standard deviation was 25. Value of and they said the maximum difference they wanted between any of the means. So what they're doing is saying, instead of me picking the means, what I want, because I know I want that maximum value to be at about the range of 75. And then you can do things like reset the significance level. So the book example has it 0.1, so we'll do it at 0.1. Okay, and hopefully this will work. Oh, do the following, okay. 0.8, so we want this to be 0.8. And what this says is with all that, your sample size is going to be 5. And so in case you didn't catch it, what we did is instead of saying, we're picking those 4 sample means, remember that's what we said, we're picking those 4 sample means, which were 575, 600, 650, 675. What we did in this said, we don't know what those sample means are. All we know is that we want a difference of about 75 between them. And so it could be 500 and 575, 575 and 650, and 500 and 425. We don't know. We haven't run the experiment yet. But what we do know is it's about 75. You know, our assumed standard deviation is 25. Well, how do we get that assumed standard deviation? Well, maybe you run some test experiments and get a rough number of what that standard deviation is. It's completely okay to kind of do something ahead of time to just get a notion of what the values are going to be. And then, as you can imagine, with this, you can change up any one of these values. So if we said instead we want the, we don't know what the power is, but we're going to use a sample size of 7. That gives us a power of 0.97, which is huge. In fact, you can make the argument that that's like maybe too, I mean, it's never too high, but that's really high, and you could maybe save some money by backing off and doing fewer, smaller number of sample runs or time, right? All right. So how do you guys feel about you feel you understand the practice of using JMP to do the analysis of single factor experiments and doing the multiple comparisons? Do you feel pretty comfortable with that? You want me to go through an example? So I get one vote that says that they get it. Silence from the rest of you.
I could go for an example myself too.
All right, let's do an example. You know, if you speak up, you win, right? So let me see. I think I loaded that data set for you guys.
Talking about the chocolate?
Yep, it's chocolate. It should be in your module. I'll tell you what, can we take a 7-minute break so I can get a cup of coffee?
Are you gonna go to the chocolate one?
Yep, yep.
Just go ahead and pull it up.
Yep, you can just click on it and it'll pull it up. So I'll open this up so you guys can see what it looks like. There might be I'm not sure which version I loaded, but the data at least will look like this. And so we'll work to reconfigure it in a bit. So 7 minutes, so it'll be 9:55-ish. We'll be back. So is everybody caffeinated or hydrated? Ready to plunge blindly ahead here? Yeah, yeah. All right, I get 2 votes. That's a quorum in this case. So looking at the data. Let's read the problem first. So that's page 95 of your book if you have the 10th edition, which I think all you have. So it says that this came out of Nature, the journal Nature. And they did an experiment and they were looking at the effect of consuming chocolate on cardiovascular health. Experiment consisted of 3 different types of chocolate, 100 grams of dark chocolate, 100 grams of a mix of dark and full fat, and then the full fat version. They used 12 subjects. And I didn't notice this before. 7 women and 5 guys. It gives their ages, breakout, and BMI, and they broke it up between days. On different days, the subject consumed one of the chocolate levels, and an hour later they took the reading, whatever that reading was. And so here's the data set. So what do I do? Somebody tell me what I do. What's the first step?
Graphical
no.
analysis.
What was that?
Graphical analysis.
Yep. Before I even do that, though, remember jump is persnickety, and so I got to flip this table around, right? So Mia's right that we got to do graphical analysis. So we have to get ready for graphical analysis. And so we'll go over to the table, and so you don't always have to do this, right? If this table were reoriented in the way that jump would read it, we wouldn't have to do that. So we're going to transpose this. And I usually get it wrong the first time. Tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this. So I go over and I right click on that column at the top of the column info. And we'll say, I don't know what to call this, mixed type. We'll call it mixed type. And so I go, and these numbers, of course, are the subjects in the test. They're the guinea pigs. So I go over to tables, transpose. I put all of these. So I click on the top one, I click on the bottom one, highlight them all, transpose. You know, only doing it by the selector rows, then mixed type, by. And let's see if that turns out okay. So is this what you all end up with? Oh, yep, okay. So let's do what Mia said. So we're going to take a quick look at this and see what our data tells us. And it's been a while since I've done this one, so I don't know what it's going to look like. So you see what I did? I went over to this distribution. It looks like a frequency chart. Clicked on that, and I'll use my dependent variable. Move that over there, and let's look at it. That's what it looks like. So you guys tell me what you think about this. As budding statisticians. What do I need to do next? Is this a war of nerves? Nobody's going to volunteer?
I'm still catching up, sorry.
All right. So we've got the distribution. First thing I do is I just look at it and say, does it look like a uniform distribution, or is there something different? And what I noticed out of the chute is that, you know, we have how many data elements do we have? 15. So we don't have a big data set, right? And we have some more up here, and we have some more down in these kind of lower values, and kind of, you know, you might think it's a bimodal distribution. I don't know. And so let's go and we do the normal quantile plot. So we're clicking our magic triangle down here, do normal quantile. And this is what it shows. So what do we think about that? Well, we have a few here that are kind of here that are kind of beyond what our confidence level interval says. Is that enough to worry about? No, I don't think so. What would it take? You might ask, what would it take to do that? What I look for is usually skewed distributions where they kind of start in here and they go way up, or they kind of come here and they kind of level off here, or there's a bunch over here, There's what, 1, 2, 3 actually that are visibly outside that range. And I misstated, we've got more than 15, so let's just do some other things here. What am I looking for? So this is what a normal distribution would look like. It doesn't look like it fits that. Where are ranges? Let me, I know that. Summary statistics. Nope, that's not what I want. Anyway, I'll find it later. I was looking for some of the other statistics. So I'm not too worried right now about this. Now, let me ask you a question. Is this a random effects, random factor, or fixed effects? Fixed factor. What do you think?
Fixed.
It's fixed. It's fixed. Why would we say it's fixed? Because we set the levels, right? We said that what the levels are these things. So it's the dark chocolate, it's the mixed, and the dark chocolate and mixed together. We set those. We didn't have a population of 15 different types of chocolate, and we're testing. We picked 3 out of those because we thought that was the right number, and did that. By picked, I mean randomly picked, right? And so we didn't have. We didn't go to the grocery store and blindfold somebody and say, you go to where the chocolate bars are, and you randomly pick out of those, and we'll use that. We didn't do that. We specifically picked these values, so it's fixed effect. One's not any more right than the other one. It's just what the selection was. So this is a fixed effects model. And we basically have two choices to analyze this. We have the fit y by x and we have the fit model. So we're going to do both for just the example. So I said this is the independent or dependent variable, so that goes up here. And then mixed type goes here, right? Why does this go down here and this go up here? So this is what we're changing, right? We're saying first we're going to try the dark chocolate, and then we're going to try the mix, and then we're going to try the all milk chocolate. Those are the things that we're varying. So there are independent variable. And that goes on your bottom row, bottom line. And then on the vertical line, that's what we're measuring. So we're measuring the results. So our results are in row 1, actually column 1, right? But it's labeled row 1. And then what we're changing up is the mixed type. And so I click OK, and someplace I get the results. And it looks like this. So just looking at that, it looks like there's a statistical difference between dark chocolate and the rest. I don't know if it's statistical, but it looks like there's a difference. It doesn't look like there's a big difference, if any, between between these values here, if you can see where my cursor is. So it looks like the dark chocolate, milk chocolate mix or the milk chocolate are different to me. To me, it doesn't look different. So what do we do next? We do analysis of variance. So, and what does that analysis of variance get us? That is that initial test. That's that indicator, is that klaxon that says, hey, either something's different between the various outputs that you have, or something's not different. And we figure that out by the F statistic, which JMP just gives us. We do the means ANOVA, and here's what it says. And so down here we see that our F statistics, p-value, so this is actually the F statistic here, and it does a calculation to get our p-value over here. And so it's way below 0.05, which is the threshold that we set. And so that means what? If the p-value is low, HO has to go, right? So our HO, or null hypothesis, would be, in this case, that they're all equal, that we're not expecting a difference between them. So, you know, and also our alternative hypothesis would be the opposite of that, which means there is a difference. And so what our low p-value says is that we reject our null hypothesis that they're the same, and accept our alternative hypothesis, which says that there's a difference between those. Well, yeah, we kind of guess that just by the way it looks. But if this were a blind test, we'd say, so now we got an indicator. So we got this black box that says, statistically, there's a difference between one of the three values, but other than looking at it, we don't know what that difference is. And so we need to do some sort of pairwise comparison. And so we compare means, and we have a couple of different tests we could do. We don't have a control, right? So you all familiar with the control, which is you set something the same. They talked about that on on that audio where you have a placebo at your control. So when you hear a placebo test, that's your control. And then wherever you're doing your intervention, that's what you're comparing against your control. We don't have a control here. So we'll pick 2 keys. And let's just say, out of curiosity, we're gonna see if between Tukey's and the student T, if there's any difference. Oh man, this is messed up. Okay. Hang on. You got too many windows open. Okay. If it stops. There we go. So I like going to the connecting letter report first. I think that's really a good indicator, easy to visualize what the difference is. And so here's our connecting letter report. So what is this saying?
Telling us that dark chocolate has a difference between the comparison with milk chocolate, right?
Yep, exactly right. And so, it to that point, it's saying that dark chocolate and the mix and the milk chocolate basically have the same effect statistically. And that statistically, the dark chocolate is different than the other 2. And our t-test is saying the same thing. I think the confidence, my hunch is that the confidence intervals are different between the 2. I'm trying to get them both on the screen at the same time. And so if you look at the point of comparison, here the confidence intervals are a little bit wider than, and that was the Tukey test. And here it's this is the student t-test, right? Yes, it's the student t-test. So our confidence intervals are a little bit narrower than with the Tukey on a significant difference. That's what the HSD stand for, on a significant difference. I guess that means it's compared to the dis on a significant difference. I don't know how they call it, the on a significant difference. Which just means that you're a little more confident in the values out of the Tukey test than you are the student t-test. All right, so that's that one. So let's do it on the fit model, see what we get. See if we get the same thing. So all I did is I clicked on fit model. And the reason I'm doing this is when we get into chapter 4, we'll be, and from this point forward, we'll be using fit model a lot more, and I just want you to be familiar with it. And so row 1 is our dependent variable. Mix type is our dependent variable. And so I just moved one to the other. And then here, as opposed to it going down where the X is, you put it under the construct model effects. And so what that's really asking us in the fit model is you put in here all those things that will be impacting your dependent variable. Right? And so when we get into blocking, you put the blocks in there. Blocks are the category, the grouping of the data sets that you want. And if we wanted to, well, I'll do that. I'll show you this. And so this is set up right. And so you can do a variety of tests here. We'll almost always do standard least squares. There's a minimal report, which not surprisingly gives you the minimal report. There's the effects screening, which we are, and the effects leverage. You can get to the other ones there. So I think I added a fixed leverage. So we'll click on that and see what we got. Let me try the other one. So I'm rebuilding the model again. So remember how you do that? You just go to recall. So let's see what we got. And so I go back up to the magic square or magic triangle, go to regression report, and analysis of variance. And that is, again, saying that there's a difference between these, right? So all we're looking for is that p-value, and that's what analysis of variance gives us. It's just saying that within this box of results that we have between the various mixes of dark and what was the other chocolate? Light chocolate, milk chocolate, dark milk chocolate. There's something going on in there. And if you wanted a normal plot, oh, it says I can't do that. All right. Somewhere in here you can get there. Okay, so you go to estimates, multiple comparisons. See how I got that? Magic down box, estimates, multiple comparison. And then down at the bottom, it gives us the various things. And so we can say Tukey and all pairwise. All pairwise means it's very literal. It's comparing, in this case, dark to combo, dark to milk, milk to combo, all those sorts of comparisons. So we click OK. And I think connecting, so you got to go up to the magic triangle again to get all connecting letters. And it gives us, it had better, and it does give us the same results. Right? So are we good on that? Could do this on a test, quiz. Okay.
So what was the last thing? What was the last thing you did there? You went back to the magic square. The very last piece of that example.
All right, let's do that again. I'll go to fit model.
Yep.
I'll do a recall. I'll do a run. I'll drag my results back. And I'm not doing the residual analysis, which you can do on this and all that kind of stuff. There's a studentized residuals here. You know what studentized residuals mean? It just means that they're normalized. I tend to use that more than I do the actual residual plots. You can do residuals by row as well, but that wasn't the question. So let me get back to here. So you go up to here, estimates, multiple comparisons. We did, I'll just do Tukey's, okay?
Okay.
And then it'll put it at the bottom. And then I was looking for the connected letter report. You can get the same thing out of this. And so here it's saying these two are the same, and this is way different. That's what this graph is telling you.
So what's the line, what's your division line where that's below? Is it anything or is it just there?
It's just a straight line between the rows.
Okay.
All right. And so we have row 1, so it's comparing row 1. But to find the connected letter report, which is I think what we were looking at,
Right.
we do click on the magic down arrow by Tukey. I'm pointing at it like you can see it right here at Tukey, and then all pairwise comparison.
Okay, that's where I missed it.
Yep. And then this is the same result that we got
Right.
when we use the X by. I find X by Y a little bit easier to move within. There's not as many layers, which is why when I'm doing an analysis, I'll do that. The fit model by definition is got a lot more features to it.
So would we need to show to the to that connected letters portion if we have it in one of the other examples? In other words, the dark chocolate versus the dark chocolate milk chocolates. We already had that answer, right? On a
Yeah.
couple
So
of-
yeah. So I'm not sure. Let me see if I can answer your question.
Sure.
So
we need to go to that detail on a quiz.
No,
Yeah.
no. So if you wanted to use this, right?
Right.
You could use this. You could use this and interpret that. And so what I would look for on the answers to the problems, homework or on a test is you get partial credit for just being able to, in essence, plug it into the software and demonstrate it. But more importantly, you have to be able to interpret it. So what doesn't work is, from a homework perspective, is just running through it and saying, all right, so I rotely went through and I mimicked what Berg did on the screen, but I haven't told you what it meant. I'm much more interested in what it means, that you understand what it means, as opposed to just going through the machinations of working with software. And so to that end, to answer your question, any one of these, I don't care if you use FitX or Y by X if that works, or the fit model. But I'll look for a comprehensive response. And by that I mean, you need to do, as Mia said, do the graphical analysis. Check for the various functions of normality, outliers, all that sort of stuff. Which is the oh man, I just lost it. Model fit, and how are the various factors that you consider, like system variance and those sorts of things, are they holding true? And if they're not, what are you doing to compensate for it? And then the actual analysis itself, which is, they're all the same or some are different. The data skewed, and so it's showing this. So does that make sense? Yep.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so that was that one. So here's the answers. They used Minitab. We won't do this one. This is just the same thing over again. Okay. So we talked about random effects, and this page number is not right. The but the section number is right. It's 3.9. No, that is right. It's on 101. I didn't change it on the slides that I uploaded though, so it actually is on page 101. And so again, at the risk of describing it, this is where you choose what the this is where you randomly choose what the levels are, as opposed to specifically identifying a set level. And the key thing is that whereas like with the chocolate example that we just had, all we can say is that when you have dark chocolate mixed at this level, and milk chocolate, these are the results. That's it. That's all you can say. You can't say, well, maybe if the chocolate was, I can't remember what the proportions were, 75% dark chocolate and 25%, we get the same results. You can't say that. All you can say is those proportions that were set in your experiment are the same. Now, had you gone to the grocery store and out of the 40 different blends of chocolate, you randomly pick those, and you pick 3 samples, because 3 levels rather, you pick that number 3 because you felt that that gave you the power that you wanted in your experiment. Then you could generalize that and say, based on this, we can say that the effect of dark chocolate on antioxidant performance follows this curve, it's this rate. And so as the amount of dark chocolate increases, then statistically we can say that that's a good thing for heart health. All right. One of the things that we look at are covariance in this. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time going over this. And this is 10:30. Nor are we going to go over the math part. We do use the F-test as part of our assessment again. One of the things that the book talks about is moment estimators, and what I'm going to show you is what that how JUMP does that more than really explain it. One of the good things is by using random selection, you're less concerned about normality. And the reason is because you're doing it randomly, that they're not considered to be biased. So when you actually physically pick so you go to the break room and you pick those 4 welders out of the 5 or 3 welders out of the 5, that could be potentially biased. By doing it randomly, it's unbiased. And unbiased is good. So here's the example. And I'm going to walk through this quickly and then maybe leap ahead, because we'll be coming back to this in a chapter or 2. So here's the data set, and there's a textile company, and they're interested in the strength of the material coming off the looms. And so they have a whole bunch of looms, and they randomly picked 4. And they chose 4 observations at each one of the looms. So loom 1 had 4 observations, loom 2 had 4 observations, loom 3 had 4 observations, etc. And so since they did it randomly, as I said earlier, remember that you've got to do your analysis differently because it's random. So how you do that is if you want to follow along, I hope I uploaded. It's called Strengths Data.
It's there.
All right, so I'll give you a second to pull it up. We've been looking so far, invariably, I forget to load some data set, the ones that we bring up. Are we all good? So we need to do the MIA analysis, right? We need to look at the data, so we're going to do that. Do y'all know why this is hashed as opposed to just being plain green? It's because this was highlighted. We unhighlight that. That's that. Watch it lie. Oh, hang on. Crap. All right. I just yeah, right. But unhighlighted, it's not highlighted anymore. So that's one way you can figure out which contribution is from various data sets, is you can highlight just one data set or one row or one column, and it'll show you that. So we did our normality check, and yeah, it was pretty good, right? Everything's in there, so it's pretty normal. We're not, in the interest of time, we're not going to do a lot of the other various checks. Now, I'll assume that you can do that. So let's do two different things. Let's do it. Let's use y by x, because quick. And we're just going to do a simple ANOVA. So we recall with ANOVA, we have to have a categorical variable, and we have to have a continuous variable, which we do. And so we'll click OK. And it comes with one way analysis, which is what we want. Now, have you guys in your homework, have you made that mistake of, let's just say, it looks like this, right? And you say, well, yep, I know what I got to do. I know that this is going to be my dependent variable and looms will be my independent variable. And you come over here and looms is your independent variable. Strength is what you're measuring. That's the result. And you do the test. And you come up here and you get bivariate, and then you look for the ANOVA and it doesn't show up. I do that all the time. Have you guys ever done that? Nobody's done that. Well, you guys are brilliant. So be aware of that. And I've had people in the past go ahead and continue with this because it kind of looks the same, right? It kind of looks the same as the other output. Another key is that, you know, there's 0.5s in here. Well, you can't have 2.5 looms. So let's change this back. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. So we're back to where we were. Do the run. Oddly familiar. Do our analysis of variance. And let's do the Tukey's test. Just okay, did y'all follow along on that? So what our F test said was that there's a difference. So we went ahead and ran the Tukey test. And it said that Loom 2 was different than the other 3. Right? Which kind of makes sense. We see here that this is different than here. All right. So let's save that. I'll just move that off the screen. Now, recall that we said that, but you say, you said that this is random. And so when you open up your fit model, it magically has already built this for you. And the reason is that sometimes in the data sets that come out of the book, they put a little script in there that says, hey, this is going to be an example problem, so I'm going to automatically build it for you. That doesn't always happen. So how do we get it to be random? Well, if you go down towards the bottom to attributes, click on attributes, you see all kinds of different effects that you can put in there. And what we're interested in is random effect. And so what this is saying is that, hey, these guys were pretty smart. What they did was, instead of just doing a fixed effects where they specifically picked those levels of those numbers of looms because it happened to be closest to them, right? It was in the building next door as opposed to across the city. They actually went through the effort of randomly selecting these looms out of a large population of looms, 30 different looms. They picked these, randomly picked these 3, so they put them into a hat, picked loom X, Y, and Z. 3 looms or 4 looms, can't remember. So you have to highlight looms, pick attributes, random effect. And you'll see that it says, oh, yeah, well, we get it now. You want this to be random. You might have already noticed that, part of this change has changed too. So it's added this REML, REML. And we're going to have this be effect screen. So what I did was went to attributes. Well, actually, let me redo it. I highlighted looms. It was just looms here. Went down to attributes, clicked on random effects. It gave us this. I just, because I want more of the tests, I instead of minimal report, I picked effect screen. Now let's do run. And this is what it gives us. And so we can look at the studentized residuals, all right? So what? And we get the same sort of output. We're interested in a couple of things. So go to the magic triangle and go over to regression reports and do summary of fit. Why they don't automatically build this for you, because you're probably always going to want to see this as the standard. There's probably a way in JMP where you can actually make that happen. So let me here. So can you see the R square on both? So over on the left-hand side of your screen, that's the one we did X by Y, which is the fixed effects model. And over on the right was a random effects model. So we see our R square is, our regular R square is really, I mean, it's a smidge different, but not a whole lot different. Our adjusted R square is a little bit more different. So that's a little bit difference there. Let's go down to effects detail. And here we'll see what our mean table is. And over here, we'll see what this ANOVA had said that it was. And we're beginning to see some difference going on. Some of it significant, some of it not. So on Loom 1, there's a little bit more than the other. So we're getting maybe a little bit indication that there's some difference between doing it randomly and doing it by fixed effects. Let's see what else we can do up here. Somewhere here. Okay, so if you go to the effects detail, looms, and your Tukey test is there. And this is showing that it's basically the same as the other one. No surprise there, right? Because the difference was so much. And I'm looking for, and I apologize that my computer screen is so moving so slowly. Oh, that's what I was looking for. Okay. So this covariance matrix is what you really are looking for in the REML model. And what this is saying, because this number is so far above 0 that there's some relationship between using the random effect and just doing a fixed effect. So what this says to you is the benefit in this particular case of using the random effects model. And so 0 or around 0 shows that, you know, there's no effect. Having a bigger number like that says that, hey, there is effective randomness and that it makes sense to go ahead and you can use this to generalize across the 30 looms that you have in your population. That was a pretty quick overview of that. Any questions? The whole random effects can be a little bit confusing, I know, but rest assured we're going to go over that several times as we go forward. Any questions again on the homework? What I'm contemplating is, so we'll be having a test coming up probably in a couple of weeks or so, at least according to the syllabus, I think. So what I'm thinking is, instead of having homework, that I'll give you guys a quiz. And what it'll do is basically be kind of a review for you to figure out, are you ready for the test or not? So I've got it half written. I should have it fully written by the end of today, I think. So comments, insights, complaints, issues, general applause.
Is the quiz going to be timed?
No, it's not going to be timed. It's going to be open book. I haven't decided yet whether I give you infinite chances or a couple of chances. I'll be honest, I have an issue with time quizzes because that's not real life. You know?
Me too.
What's the format of the test?
It's going to be online, multiple choice or matching.
Okay.
And so it's going to be, this particular one is going to be, so here's a heads up. It's going to force you to go through the couple of chapters. So we've completed now chapters 1, 2, and 3. And so I know that you're reading the book in depth. I also know that it's a little bit hard to read seriously, but there's some good stuff in there. And so this is intended to help give you motivation to go back and find the stuff in the book. So to Royce's point, that's one reason why it's not time, besides the fact that I think, especially as working professionals, you rarely have that kind of timed event. You usually have a chance to go get an adult beverage or a cup of coffee and work through it and look stuff up on the internet and that kind of thing, right? I mean, that's a real world. And the whole thing with this cohort program is that it's real world. So why not make the test that way? Call me crazy.
So if we go back through the review of the chapters, obviously there's quite a bit of equations that work through there, but
Yeah, well, so
better
that is a great question. I'm not going to ask you any of those questions. I can if you want, but
no, that's good. Don't worry about that.
No, it's the reason I go through it is that hopefully out of some of those equations, some of the general concept will stick. You know, if you guys are going for your PhDs, it would be a different kind of approach, and I'd expect you to internalize those questions or those equations, not memorize, but kind of understand them and be able to kind of ferret through it. What I'm really looking for when I go through the equations is to say, hey, they're here. And I think we go through one of them in the next lecture, which is already posted, by the way. It's module 4. Just to show you where the factors are coming from and to hopefully help you relate it to the analysis that we do and how we set up the design of experiments. But in direct answer to your question, no, it's going to be more like something like so if it's multiple choice, it'd be a question on power, and it might give you 4 different things on what you would define power as. You know, or matching would be, match these 5 things to the 5 solutions, right? Or 5 answers. I do plan to have 2 problems like we had here, and I'd ask you to find like in this one. You know, what is the p-value of the problem that we have? And so, it might give I might go through and do it wrong a couple times and then get this solution, and you'd put in 0.0002, right? That would be the answer.
Okay.
Is there going to be a set time that we have to take it, or is it going to be? Okay.
Nope. You have all the time in the world.
Thank you.
So for our earlier assignments, if we don't have the time to get those graded, will you post the answers such that we can have that
Yes.
means of comparison relative to our learning to date?
Yeah, I will. That's a fair question. Of course, Mia, what you're making me do is go back and remember what I assigned you. Any other questions? This is not something to worry about. I mean, the fact that, you know, it's open universe, right? You know, you can use any resource that you want. So the goal is not to the goal is to help make sure that for you that you understand what it is, as opposed to really kind of digging in and figuring out at what you would normally do with a test, if that makes sense. And I don't plan on being a ton of points either. So the tests usually have a fairly significant point range to them, or some level of points to it. This won't. Anything else? I'm going to give you 10 minutes back in your day. So you can go meditate for 10 minutes.
All right.
Do 10 minutes worth of push-ups. Yeah. All right. So thanks, everybody. You have a great weekend. And don't forget, if you have any questions at all, just email me or call me. Although I will admit that if I don't recognize your number, I probably wouldn't pick it up. So text me, and then if you want to chat, we can chat after that. That's probably the best way to do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dr.
All right.
Bird.
See y'all.
Thank you. See ya.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Another day is dawning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Can you imagine being 11 years old and you have to go work on the farm and your dad comes in singing those kind of songs to you in the morning? You know, at Oh Dark 30. My dad was a World War II vet, and he was kind of a, he was playful in how he would father us, but he was also, couldn't get away with anything. So you got on Saturday morning when the cartoons were on, you had to do that. Get up and work on a farm. Looks like it's 10 o'clock. Who all's here? Let me see some thumbs. Can you hear me? All right. Alex, I see several thumbs. Rob, Michael, I don't see yours. All right, Rob, Alex.
I'm here.
It's always better if you let me see your face. That way I know if I'm talking to somebody or not, and I can see your expressions and you can see mine, and it's more like we're having a conversation. So we have this section is week 6, chapter 5. I put that in because some people are getting that confused. They're thinking week 6 means chapter 6, and I think we're on week 6. I'm pretty sure we're on chapter 5. So check that out. Make sure you got that. This
Hello,
is
Professor.
Okay.
Omkari.
Yes, sir. Somebody's talking. Omkar, are you talking?
Oh yeah, I'm recording the lecture.
All right. What I have also, I sent you, I had a couple of tries sending you these slides. I don't know if they're too big or something's happening, but if you check and make sure you got the slides so you can put them up on everybody's, so everybody can get it. That'd be great. All right, so here we are. What we're going to do is we're going to look at scope. Chapter 5 is all about scope, and it's about requirements, and we're going to talk deeply about those kind of things. If we were to think about the overall picture, what we're trying to do is we're at this location here. So we've already selected a project. We've gone to the portfolio management system. It either went through a continuous improvement process, some emergency project that came in, or some kind of strategy. So it went through our portfolio management system. If we're hopefully, if we're in a technical environment like a nuclear environment, then it's gone through configuration management also. And we're here and we want to know what that butterfly looks like. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to draw a picture of that. Let's see. If we look at the knowledge areas and the process groups and the life cycle. So today we're going to be in everything but the transition life cycle. Let me take that off. That shouldn't be like that. So we're going to look at, we're going to be here, we're going to be here, we're going to be here. So we're going to, on the process groups, we're going to look at planning and monitoring control. In the knowledge area, we're going to look at scope. Someone saying something? Jacob, you're on, I think. Are you trying to say
I'm sorry,
something?
I forgot to mute. My apologies.
Right, that's okay. So this is what the PMBOK has as far as sections. And we're also, since we're looking at the knowledge areas and the life cycles and the process groups, life cycles are something that we're just talking about, right? So concept is starting up, planning, and implementation or execution, whatever you want to call it. We're in these 3 life cycles. at the end, it's also important at the end. So maybe I should put that back, because the reason it's important at the end is because you have to get the scope signed off on by the stakeholders in the transition phase. So now, everybody by now, you should know the difference between life cycle and process group. Process group is just that grouping that they put these core competencies in, and the life cycle is the actual project. So concept, planning, implementation, closure. Should be, are you guys all familiar with that by now? I think everybody, right. All right, so now let's see, scope management. This is the first part. We're going to look at scope management. We're going to look at planning. We're going to look at execution. And we're going to talk a little bit about the change management part. So these are the cycles, right, of a life cycle of a project. We're going to start with concept. But before we do that, there's going to be a lot that we're going to talk about that happens before the project, hopefully. But if it doesn't happen, then it's your responsibility as a project manager to make sure it happens. So I'm going to leave this life cycle in concept phase, but some of what we're going to talk about, I'm going to show you what should have happened before you get to it. And also, Rob will probably agree with this, that it probably hasn't happened in a lot of cases in IT. So we may have to go back and make it happen. All right. So in the defining or the concept phase, this is where it fits, you know, just this is all a reminder, right? We're right here. And if we wanted to look at the cycle of that concept, that initiation part, initiation, it should say, then we already did the scope, right? And in the concept phase, we already talked about scope. We talked about the charter. And so the scope was in the charter. So now we're going back and we're redefining what should be in the charter and, you know, redefine the scope. And that goes along with our reason we're doing that is because that goes along with the way this thing's laid out. So all of this stuff should be in the charter too, or at least part of this should be in the charter, like the scope should be in the charter. All right, let's see, go back here. Said that, look that, look that. So now concept, this is just a reminder, concept, the same, everything we're talking about works with project management. It also overlaps into just tasks, you know, subtasks. So if you're a member of a team and you have responsibility for some subtasks, it also works for you too. And it also works in problem solving. It's the same type of thing. We have a scope related to problem solving. We have requirements related to problem solving. We have task related scope and requirements and those kind of things. So all of this kind of overlaps, and now we're focusing on this, and this is the bigger issue, project management, but you can also look at that in other ways too. So that's what we left off here, and I went back, and so now once we get the scope, the next thing we're going to do is going to look at requirements, and that's where we get the stakeholders involved, and you see all of these different levels, right? So that's other people and external other people and PMO and your project team. So this is all your stakeholders who you may have to talk to in order to make this happen. And then at the end, you document it into requirements. So everybody feel like they're got a little background information. We're ready to go forward. Any questions yet? Okay. So here we are again. We're in this box to start with. The top part is going to be related to the concept phase. And really this create WBS is really when we start diving into planning, you know, as far as the phases go. So now I'm going to take you before the project begins. I'm going to give you some background information. Michael, this is going to be above and beyond the PMP. And I want you to join in. And Rob, you have some, and Mia, you also have some good experience that you can add to when we get to this part right here. So we're looking at scoping before the project begins. So in an ideal world, we have, especially in IT or in very complicated technical subjects where there's people who are focusing on the technical side. There's also people involved on the business side, and they're called business analysts if we live in the perfect world. The problem is, and the reason I'm going in a lot of detail with this is the problem is most places either aren't using the BAs or the project managers are the BAs. So we have a section in PMI just specifically for teaching you how to be the business analyst, you know, to do this. And long before there was a profession of business analysts, there were project managers who acted like the business analysts. That was part of their job. And that was long before there were BAs. Matter of fact, BAs, I was in the first year, the BA, IIBA was involved, and I was their training VP for a local group in Nashville. And we were trying to figure all this out. And so it was easy for me because as a project manager, you always do the business analysis part. And then there was a big luxury to have someone else do it for you. So what they're doing is I'm going to go in a little bit of detail to explain from a point of view of before you even get to the project, what could have happened. And if that didn't happen, this becomes your job. So the business analyst is the set of all the core competencies, everything in order to understand the business side of what you're trying to do. That's kind of in the name a little bit. So what is it? It looks at from the financial analysis, and they look at project management too, but they're trying to set it up for you. If we're pretend like you're the project manager, the business analysts are trying to set this up for you. They're looking at all these issues related to what needs to happen. And it may, you know, these guys, their job is to go and talk to people before the project begins and get the scope and everything else set up so that we know, and requirements set up so that when we start the project, we can track that all the way through the project. So, so they end up working like a liaison between the project team, the technical people, and the business side. So you may be working with accountants, or you may be working with the CEO, and so their job is to be that liaison. Let's see, so here's some definitions they use, and you'll notice that these sounds kind of similar to what we're going to be talking about on the project management side, because it's the same type of stuff. But they're looking at the business requirements, they're looking at user requirements. So the business requirements and user requirements, the functional requirements, and so we'll talk about all these in great detail, but functional is what that thing that we're doing is supposed to do, right? So we're going to look at, let's come up with an idea. So let's brainstorm right now. Everybody think of a project that we can talk about. I have a couple in mind, but think of something you want to talk about. And here's some examples. We're the project manager. We have this project to do. So in your mind, think about something you have to do. And here's an example. It could be that your family wants a family website so everybody can keep track of each other. It could be like a family Facebook page without the Facebook, but it could be, you know, password protected. Your uncle can go into it and send stuff to one of your aunts, and your aunt can send, you know, your uncle may request a recipe and your aunt can send it back, and, you know, those kind of things. It's something that your family, all your extended family could use. That'd be one example. That'd be an IT example. Another thing could be you're building a house, right? And you're building it for someone else. You may put yourself as a customer, but that's being happened, you know, just building a house. So just think of that so we can go forward. And then we'll start talking about those functional things. If everybody just think about some project, could be a project at work, it could be something else, because as I ask questions, if we have time, we'll go into seeing if what we can apply some of this to what you're doing. So these are the BABOK knowledge areas. It's kind of like the BABOK is the business analyst body of knowledge. The reason we're going into this because the definitions are good. And so we can use these also. So requirement planning and management. The BABOK has more detailed on how to do requirements planning, whereas the PMBOK says you got to do it. The BABOK tells you how to do it a little bit better. So I'm going to go into that to give you an example. Any questions so far? The BABOK and PMBOK, you guys got those clear? They're both the same thing. The PMBOK guide is the sampling of the body of knowledge of every project manager ever exists. The BABOK guide is a sampling of all the business analyst knowledge that ever existed. So it's just a sampling of that larger population. Same thing, different group, different profession. Both of these are really interesting. Mia, have you had a lot of experience with BAs or any experience with BAs?
The terminology is kind of throwing me. It sounds like this activity is related to development of the business case.
Well, that's a good place for them to start. So what their job is to do is to take the requirements from the business point of view, and you know, historically, especially in IT, there has been a disconnect between the technical people doing the work sometimes and the business people who don't really know what they want, but they know they need something and they have requirements of something they're trying to do, right? So the BA is kind of a liaison between those two groups a lot of time. The BA is a business analyst. The PM is a project manager, right? So the BA is kind of a liaison between the business side and the project side, and the BA will be involved throughout the project in some cases. So the BA will keep checking in, say, yep, we're getting close to requirements. Let me go talk to the business people, make sure. And you know, one group speaking Japanese, another group is speaking Chinese, and the BA is in the middle interpreting, if you can think of it that way, you know.
Is there a particular deliverable or output that they generate that they're responsible for?
Oftentimes, well, as a project manager, you're responsible for the project, right? The BA is, yeah, BA as a group, they're responsible for for cleaning up the communication issues, for getting you a good set of requirements and a good scope to start with. And then you're going to take it, because you know more about the technical side as a project manager, because you got all the subject matter experts. You're going to take it and try to interpret from the BA, who's interpreting it from the business owner. And the BA is kind of a pseudo technical person and a pseudo business person, if you can think of that person. Their whole goal, they're kind of like the industrial engineer of the engineering world. You know, the industrial engineer is kind of in the middle a lot of times. They're not the technical electrical engineer. They're supposed to work with them. They're not the business side or the operation side or the manufacturing side. You know, they're not the mechanical engineer. So they're kind of like the BA is kind of like the industrial engineer, somebody in the middle and looks at processes and systems and tries to communicate with both sides. Does that make sense?
Hey, Craig, I don't want to take you too far down a black hole.
Yeah.
But would that be the equivalent or similar to a product manager if you were working on product life cycles?
That could be very much like that. So if the product manager is, and I'm trying to think of, you know, my experiences. So tell me if this fits your experiences. But my experience is that the product manager also might be involved in the business side of the marketing and other things too. Am I thinking correctly? Okay.
No, yeah, but they would also be kind of the liaison between the architects, the designers, the assistant engineers, the people running the projects. to develop and deliver the product. Okay.
Right. And they would
Okay.
also, so the BA, and the reason I bring this up is because as a project manager, you're really the BA if a BA doesn't exist, right? So you need to know these things. And if the BA does exist, you need to communicate with them and understand why they're there. And they can be a big help to you too. But this is, you know, Amia, this is kind of what I was talking about. They do the analysis. That's before you even get started, right? Then they do the requirements planning, the management of that, and that's before you get started. And then they try to find what the requirements are from the customer, right? And then they communicate that before, during, and after, saying, okay, we're going along the right path. It'll make more sense when we get into the tracking of it. And then the requirement analysis and documentation kind of before, during, and then validation kind of during and after. So if we're looking at before the project, before the change, during the change, and after the change, the concept phase is over here, and then it leads into planning. And then this is implementation, and this is closure. So this is kind of how those different aspects, knowledge areas fit into that life cycle. Does that make sense? All right, I'm going to put it in a little different picture. So this is the IIBA information. So this is the BBOC. Let's see. And then, so they have all these things going on. And so they're kind of like the project manager in that they have their own certification process, and these are the parts of it. Here's where they do most of the business case analysis. And then this is where they go in and they start expanding on it. In order to be successful, we need a project that will, you know, in the case, that's why you need an example. So in the case of building a software package, maybe an online website for your whole family, something like a Facebook just for your family, then the requirements are, well, I have to find the requirements, I have to analyze the requirements, and I have to communicate the requirements. So what's the requirement? Requirement might be, I need something that everyone can use. I need something that we can communicate. I need, you know, what are the functional things we're trying to do with this website? And so they're going to document that. They're going to find that information from all the people in your family, your great grandmother or your children's great grandmother, you know, that has to be able to use this. Your children have to be able to use this, and they all have to be able, you know, it serves some purpose, right? So that's a wide range. So that would be, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to say, what are the requirements? And as we get into understanding what requirements means, then it'll make more sense. But this is what the BA does. If they fit into the project, they kind of, if you took that picture and put it here, then it kind of fits from the concept phase or before the concept phase all the way through to the end of the project. And this would be the project, you know, making that happen. Make sense so far? Give me a thumbs up. I tell you what, give me a, I don't know what kind of symbols we have, but give me something other than a thumbs up if we need to spend more time on it. All right, the other, Tim, you got the other, Tim, that other symbol says, okay, go.
Sorry, I was too quick. I'm okay to go.
All right, good. So this is important. Michael, is this new information for you? Is this something you already know? It's outside the PMBOK. Is this something?
Generally work. Yep.
All right. So if we were to compare now the life cycles together with project management, see, there's the before, during, and after the change. There's the change. Here's the BA life cycle. It looks something like that. And this is, you know, the requirements analysis is here, and then they're just validating throughout. And it's good. This is kind of like a, it's not really an audit. They're supposed to be part of your team, right? But they're supposed to be the ones that go in and say, yep, we're right on track. We're right on track. Whoops, looks like we're off track. You know, that's their job. And so it's helpful to bring them into the conversations. So in the concept phase, they're doing all this stuff. They're talking to the stakeholders, trying to help you figure out what you're trying to do. during the requirements analysis, they're helping you trying to figure out what you're trying to do, what good looks like, and then they're helping you plan for that. And then under implementation and transition, they're validating and making sure that we're going along the right path. Now, if the BA doesn't exist, that means you're doing that, okay? And the bigger the project, the more difficult it is. Okay, so here's some other, we're still looking at BAs right now, just because this is important. This is something that most people don't know. So especially in project management world, most people don't understand what's a BA there for? And so this is what the BA is there for. So they're going to do, these are their 6 knowledge areas, and see, it's not about performing the work. It's not about making the everything happen, the schedule, quality, all that kind of stuff. They're focusing on requirement, you know, validating a requirement. They're also helping to determine the scope. Now, this is all done. See how far I can go down. Initial risk assessment. Launching new project. So all of that's done before you ever get involved. See, that's creating, maintaining business architecture, conducting feasibility studies, determining project scope, preparing business case, conducting initial risk assessment, preparing decision package, selecting and prioritizing the projects. See, all that's done to get to here. And then you get involved when it's the new launch. And then they're, you know, managing projects for value. They're just making sure when we say value added, that means something, right? It means that the customer is getting the value that the customer needs to get, right? So Mia or Michael or Rob, you want to add anything to what I just said? Does that make sense so far? And anybody else has experience? I just know these 3 have experience, so I'm picking on them with this.
It does. That's where I was mapping based upon what you were describing, was the generation of the business case, and then understanding the risk opportunities that are present. And I guess the responsibility would be to make sure that when the project reaches its end, that it meets all the requirements that have been identified.
Exactly. And that's in everything we're doing. When we track the requirements, we're looking at concept. Did we plan everything? Do we have every requirement, every need the customer needs, you know, wants? When you go to planning, did we take that checklist? We say, yep, this is what customer wants. We're checking down the list. Whoops, we're missing one. Let's plan for that. And then they go further. And then we go into the implementation. Now we're taking the same checklist. We're saying, yep, we implemented that. We implemented this. We implemented that. Oh, we got these 3 to go. And these other 3 we're still confused about. Let's go ask more questions. So we're implementing those. And at the end, it's the punch list. You know, you go through and you walk. The example of a house works here. You told everybody you wanted the kitchen. Now you're going to go check, see if a kitchen's in place. And you said you wanted, you know, certain things in your kitchen laid out a certain way and a certain color paint. Now you're going through that. Well, those were all the requirements you set up front, and it would be smart to make sure the kitchen's in place before you get to the end, right? And so that would be a major problem. So that's kind of your job. You're the one that gets in trouble if it doesn't happen. But this group is supposed to kind of your insurance policy, or your auditors, or whatever you want to call them. You can go in and say, make sure this works really well. You might put them on your testing team or something else. If it looks like, you know, you're trying to build something for the customer, that might be a good place for them to go in and say, let's see if the customer can work this, you know, that kind of thing. All right, so now this is before the concept phase even starts. So we're describing the requirements in enough detail, understand the business needs. These are kind of, I'm going through this. This is more detail than you really need. We're defining scope that must be performed to deliver. So this kind of stuff, we just kind of reiterate what we've been talking about, right? And look at this note down here. PM typically not assigned at this point since the project isn't approved yet. So that kind of where we are. If it hasn't happened before you get to it. Now you can imagine that you're just been assigned, right? If all this work was done ahead of time, it's going to make your job so much more easier, right? Because you don't have to go back and do it. You know exactly what's one. You probably have questions. So you probably have a lot of questions. And you can go ask the same people the same questions that the BA did. You're in charge of the project, right? And you can expand on it, and you can have a kickoff meeting, make sure you're on the right track and everything else. But if this was done for you, then that's great. If it's not, then these are the steps you could take, right? So let's see, here's some things before this normally it happened before the concept phase. So we're going to draft the scope statement, and we're going to look at all this. And you'll notice that when we get back into the scope management, it's going to ask you to do this, right? But if this was a perfect world and you had a BA involved, then you'd have all of that almost done for you. High level work breakdown structure. Well, that's all the way in our planning stage, right? This is high level work breakdown structure. We'll learn more about what a work breakdown structure is, but let me describe it just a little bit now. Let's pretend like we're manufacturing cars. At the very top of the work breakdown structure, it's very hierarchical in nature. It kind of looks like an organization chart. So at the very high level, you see a picture of a car. And then you break that car out into the drivetrain, the engine, the chassis, whatever part, the interior. And then you go break the interior out, and those are the parts, the interior. Break the engine out, those are the parts of the engine. Break the drivetrain out, and those are the parts of the drivetrain and everything else. And you go down further, and that's what it takes to build one of those parts. And so that's kind of what the work breakdown structure looks like. The BA is going to go and say, we want the car, we want to have a drivetrain, we want to have an engine, we want to have frame, we want to have interior, we want to have this. And then the engine, we want it to be a certain type, and it's got to do, function it's got to have a certain amount of power and everything else. And then as a project manager, you'll be working from the bottom up to try to meet those requirements. But you got to have that whole work breakdown structure is, what happened? Work breakdown structure is a picture of those deliverables. And then when you get further down, it's also a picture of how to produce those deliverables. Okay. Michael, you want to add anything to that? Michael, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Nope,
You want,
nothing.
all right. Anytime anybody sees something that I might have missed or can expand on it or give a good example, then I want you to do that too. Let's see. All right, so now we're getting into the different deliverables and techniques. So they have scope decomposition. That word comes up in the PMBOK also. Work breakdown structures and PMBOK, product breakdown structure, system interface analysis. So this decomposition is breaking it down to the smallest parts, right? So let's go, we're still before the project begins. So a lot of times, if you went out for, this is kind of outside of the BABOK now, we're talking, more generally. So a lot of times before you started the project, you might have had a request for a proposal out, or you might have proposed on a request for a proposal or request for qualifications, or whatever you're doing. But you may have a statement of work at a very high level that defines what's required, and that might have come from a BA type person. Say, well, we need something to do, somebody to do this. And then your proposal may also be part of the company managers, and they may have brought a project manager in, they may have brought a BA in, and to help talk about how they're going to present that. And there's other ways to look at too. We'll get into contracts a lot further, but does that make sense so far? So this could happen before you ever see the project. All right, statement of work. So this is kind of general now. So statement of work It's a definition description of the major task elements. It could have that concise description of project work to be performed. And it's based on a WBS, or the WBS based on that too. It could be the technical specifications of all the components. So you may have mill standards you're trying to meet, or you may have other standards you're trying to meet. And it may be, you know, it could be that this is where statistics comes in, right? Because you can have you can have upper and lower limits to the specifications. And let's see, description of results and deliverables be to produce. So that's kind of what in the statement of work. How many people have seen, a lot of people, you guys probably all seen, or a lot of you have seen statement of works. How many people feel like they've seen statements of works and they understand the statement of work pretty well sometimes? Sometimes it's hard to understand, but the statement of work is what you might see. You know, if you're working for a company that has to produce something for someone else, a lot of times, if you're like at SAIC, we would get the contract in place. And the first thing I would do, you know, if I wasn't working on a proposal, if the proposal's already been won, the first thing I would do is I would go look at the original contracted statement of work, our proposed statement of work, and I would try to match those together. So I would create those elements. Okay, we got to create all these technical things. So what are the specifications for those things? And then I would put that into my work breakdown structure, and that would be a place I'd start. So now let's go into after the project begins. So in a perfect world, all that's been done for us. So we have already talked about this stuff, right? Last time, charter and business, we already have a really good idea of what that's needed. So we have a preliminary project plan. Remember, that's one of the outcomes. And so now we probably have some of this, right? But now we're trying to fill this part in a little bit more. So they've already we already have some of this, right? But we're trying to add to it during the concept phase. Concept phase is real high level. And remember when I told you the numbers for estimating at the very highest level is 30% plus or minus. At the mid-level is 15% plus or minus, and we're trying to get to 5% plus or minus. And to do that, we have to go through all the steps we're going to learn about during this semester. But this should get us to that 15% plus or minus if we've gone through the stages and to this point. All right. Anybody want to agree or disagree or talk more about that? All right. So this is the PMBOK broken out. So this is the project scope management knowledge area, the planning process group, and we're in the concept phase. And the very first thing is plan scope management. So plan is what it sounds like. We're setting up a plan. So what we already have the charter. We already have a preliminary high-level project plan. But remember, let me go back to this picture if I can find it real quick. So what slide? That's slide 30. So I'll go back up to this picture. So we're already, you know, at this level, we came up with an outline for a plan, basically. We don't have that plan until we go through these steps. We don't have it completed until we go through those steps. That's all part of the planning phase. And right now we're just going through this step, which really is done over here in a concept phase. But this would be the kickoff of our plan, you know, to expand on that outline. This might be nothing more than an annotated outline. Annotated just means that the outline has definitions of what goes in that spot in the outline. It's annotated. All right. I'm going back to line 30. So now this is the type of thing that would be on the PMBOK, right? Or the PMP. So we're going to go and we have charter. we have this, we have enterprise environmental factors. Let's see, Trey, tell me what enterprise environmental factors means. Trey, did you hear me? All right, how about Joseph? Can you tell me what enterprise environmental factors mean?
So is that going to be those factors that as a whole are going to be experienced?
Yeah, well, give me an example related to where you work. What are some of the environmental issues you have to deal with at the place you work?
So our environmental would be particular problems is facilities and their age. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it could be. It could be also, it could be the culture. It could be, a whole bunch of different things, right? I mean, it's a catch-all for everything, and it overlaps the assets too. Like, could be the age of the facility would be an asset also, right?
So ours is managing all those key pieces, obviously. So I don't know how to best describe it, and sometimes with the PMP stuff.
Yeah. So if you're doing a project and you're forced into that environment, you have certain amount of stuff, that you're dealing with. And some of that's policies and procedures and culture and everything else. So you're dealing in that environment. The assets are a little bit different. Ray, can you tell me a little bit about assets? It overlaps quite a bit, but can you explain that a little bit? And anybody can help them.
This could be SAP or P6 or any tool that we have to manage a project or a process.
Yep, could be all kinds of things. Could be the amount of people on your, it's just a wide catch-all too. All right, so now tools and techniques, you're almost always going to have expert judgment, but they use different tools and techniques for different things, and data analysis and meetings, they're just saying, we're going to have this as input. This is what we're going to use. We're going to percolate through this stuff, and we're going to come up with a scope management plan and a requirements management plan. This again, we're just starting here. So this is, we're going to add to that as we go through this section,
Hey, sorry, Craig, we were having a kid meltdown.
That's all right. No problem. I had 5 kids, so I understand that fully. My oldest is in England right now in Air Force, and my daughter's in Denver, older daughter. I have a son that's close to you guys and at UT, not too far away from you. And then I have a high school senior and a 12-year-old. And I had 4 of those. I had everybody I spent 20 years changing diapers in a row, if you can imagine that.
Hey, so I've got a quick question. I didn't know if you were going to get into it. But when you start getting into scope plans and requirements and things like that associated with projects, I see a lot of times your given stakeholders end up having preferences and things like that, that although it's the given item maybe isn't delivered the way they initially expected, there's actually not, either there's not a requirement associated with it as far as a particular, characteristic, as long as it meets the overall function. From a project management standpoint, how do you handle that? I mean, I know how we necessarily handle it currently, but it's kind of questionable as far as keeping things on track, on budget, and things like that. So I kind of wanted to get a feel for how other places do it necessarily than us.
Yeah,
that's plans and things like that, and reach out for
about anything specific, are you, Ray?
What's that?
That you're not thinking about anything specific, are you, Ray?
Yeah, I am.
Well, that's very broad, and we'll cover some of those issues, probably not the specifics of what you're talking about. But what I think you said or asked is that You're the project manager, you got to do something, right? You either have the requirements spelled out or you don't. The people either agreed to it or they didn't. And you are you tracking along something you can actually, point to that's tangible on paper at least, and they've already had their signature at the bottom. If we don't get that, then we have a lot of wishy-washiness, so that people can change their opinions and people can change their mind. They can learn things and want things, after you get started, and cause lots of problems. And that's really why you spend so much time in the concept phase trying to document that and get everybody on board. And if they're not on board, you have a couple of choices. Your bosses have a couple of choices. The stakeholders, the people who are involved have a couple of choices. And sometimes there's a person spearheading this and you're doing it for them. And that's the kind of thing you get them involved with, so, we don't know enough to continue, or here's what we know and here's what we think. And that's really the purpose of all of this, is getting this on paper, getting everybody sign off on it before you ever get started. Because if you don't, then you're going to do that big circle again. You're going to say, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. No, we're going to do something else. We're going to do this. No, we're going to do something else. And it keeps going like that forever. And I'm not talking about Agile or Scrum or anything else. I'm talking about just poor, management doing that. And that poor management, you just don't want to be the cause of that. Did I get close to it, or did I miss something?
I think we find that a lot, in my particular case, we're having troubles with, operations not setting a requirement, but then having a, an opinion, or not necessarily an opinion, but a preference on an item. And then, you've already spent the money to develop said item. To go back and redevelop over a preference is hard to deal with.
And see, now that's the whole purpose of what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's where I was wanting to lead into, because I figured you did that.
Yeah, that's where we are. And so we're going to get into that, but we're going to probably lay it out kind of slowly, but hopefully by the time we get to the end of this part, it'll make more sense. This is in your book. So it says, determine appropriate life cycle, how the plan will, we're just talking about the plan on the high level now. So this is the scope management process. And this comes from the book, your book. It says, develop a plan for how you will plan, validate. And so right now, this is just the plan to do the plan, right? The plan to figure out what the requirements are. Develop the plan and requirements of the project, develop a plan to do that. Determine the requirements. And this is where you're actually going in to determine the requirements. Make sure all requirements support the project's business case. So it's got to support the business case and is described as described in the charter. So the charter is supposed to help you get closer to getting everybody on board. But with the charter, you only have very high level requirements. So now, being the technical person you are and your team is, you're going to go in and say, all right, we got the high level requirements. Now we got to dive deeper. In order to do that, here are our requirements to get there. And then you have to go through and figure that out. Sort and balance the needs of the stakeholders, determine the scope. So in your case, Ray, your stakeholders didn't even know what they wanted, it sounded like, right? And so you got to sort, you got to figure out what the needs of the stakeholders are, and you may have to communicate with them, have a bunch of meetings with them. And in the ideal world, again, the BA's done this, greased those skids so that it's easier for you. But that doesn't happen often, especially in what you just described, right? So that means that it becomes your job. So create a work breakdown structure, scope down to the smaller, more manageable pieces. So work breakdown structure. I say, I want you to build a car. Well, that's pretty general. Now I want you to build a, 2020 Camaro, whatever. That gets a little more specific. And then now you can have specs for all those parts, right? So you got, and then to build any one of those pieces, you have to get down to the level where someone can actually go and form that fiberglass, whatever they're doing. Obtain validation, sign, acceptance. So as you go through and you start doing that, you get it signed off in the front, concept, you get it signed off in the planning, you get it signed off as you're going through it, and you just keep getting sign-offs on it. And it's okay for people to change things. It's just that you have to be in control of that and let them know when it needs to be changed or when you need more information. Let's see, scope management plan. So this is also in your book. It says this is has to be in the plan, right? How to achieve the scope, what tools use. We already talked about that a little bit. How to create WBS scope. So that's going to be what your plan was going to be in your plan. I'm going to get a little more complicated now. Let's see if you can actually even see that. I'm going to change this a little bit. All right, so this scope management part that we're talking about, there's going to be plan scope management. So we need to know the scope. We need to know project life cycle. We're going to, all these things fit into that. We're going to collect requirements. If you haven't gotten this yet, you should get it. For some reason, my email didn't show that was ever sent, and I sent it 3 or 4 times. So if you don't get this, then let me know. But let's see. So it says, all these different steps. There's business and analysis and prototypes. We're going to talk a little more about that. But prototypes are sometimes in an IT world. Let's say we're building this website for our family, right? A prototype might be a drawing on a sheet of paper. You say, well, here's what the front end's going to look like. And I'm going to turn that sheet of paper. And here, if you push that button, it's going to look like this sheet of paper. And if you push this button, it's going to look like this sheet of paper. So sometimes prototyping will help people understand. So your job, if you're not getting the right answers from your stakeholders, really this is what the BA would normally do, but you would go out and you would start finding ways to communicate with them so that they know how to answer your question, right? And so we'll get into functional requirements and all those kind of things, but we'll talk about some of these. So interviews, that's a tool. Brainstorming, that's a tool. Focus groups, all these things may be required just to find out what the requirements are. Questionnaire surveys, benchmarking could be, I don't know if we talked about this, but benchmarks are nouns. Benchmarking is a verb. Okay, so benchmarks are like, if you go on a mountain and you see a concrete with a little brass thing on top of it, then that's somebody put a benchmark there, right? So benchmarks are like that. They're parts, they're measures that you can look to. Benchmarking is you going out physically and talking to somebody who's doing that very well, that thing you're trying to do very well, and finding out what they did so that you can copy that. That's kind of a really rough way to look at it. Document analysis, voting, got 4 or 5 stakeholders that all are part of this, all have a dog in that fight. They're going to have to come up with an answer for you. You can't just guess for them, right? So voting would be an example of that. And affinity diagrams, mind mapping, a whole bunch of other things. And if you look in your book on page 180, I think it's, what page is that? So page 188, then you'll see in 187, 188, you'll see a bunch of those same types of tools like voting and benchmarking and the multi-criteria decision analysis and focus groups and affinity diagrams. It has a picture of affinity diagram in 189. So all of those are the tools you use in order to understand what you're doing is you're actually, for you to be successful, you have to go understand this stuff. And the only people that knows this stuff are the stakeholders, right? Because you can guess all you want, but until you ask, it's just a guess. All right, so define scope, create WBS, validate. This is, you'll have this in your set of stuff. All right, I'm gonna end this show just so I can get back here. So now determine project objectives. This kind of looks familiar. I'll let you see this, but really it's kind of this too, right? We're trying to find out, well, what are we trying to do? What's our objectives? And then we're testing it. Is it, and you can Google search this and you'll find 30 different examples, right? This is one I like. It just says specific, measurable, agreed on. Some people use different things there. Realistic and timed. And you've heard all kinds of different ways to use this. And the PMBOK and has their own version, and this is probably pretty close to it. But anyway, so we're trying to do that. And so when we're trying to do measurable, we're trying to figure out, well, what will it take to meet these requirements in a way that the stakeholders agree to it and I can test it, that my goals are specific, they're measurable, they're agreed on by the stakeholders, they're realistic, and they're timed. You know, you agree on it, they agree on it, you can actually do it. There's some things that stakeholders will want that can't be done. You know, they want you to create something that just can't be done. You can try, but that changes your project. Now it's a research project, right? All right, so that's good so far. All right, so now the scope management process, this is also in your book, we just talked about a little bit. So now we're going to go into look a little closer at requirements. Any questions so far? We just went over scope so far.
As the official timekeeper, it is now lunchtime.
5 minutes till, right? Do we have,
Sure.
Are we supposed to be at 11 or 11:55? Come on.
I guess everybody's clock is different. Mine shows 12:02.
What? Let's get a second on that. Michael, what time's your clock? How about Rob? I see you're
11:56.
11:56. All right. It's 11:56 my time too. So, all right, we'll go by my clock this time. All right, so now we're in the next one is collect requirements. So here we have the project charter. We have that high level project plan. We have some project documents we created. We have some business documents we looked at. We have enterprise environmental factors. And we also have this stuff. This is all the inputs. Now we're getting complicated. We have our expert judgment. We have data to gather. We have data to analyze. We have some decision making to make. And maybe the stakeholders have to make some decisions, right? We have data representation, you know, whatever that means, different ways of looking at it. And we have interpersonal and team skills. So we're going to have to get our team involved in this. We have the context diagram and prototypes. These are all just tools that we're going to use in order to get the requirements documentation, and we're going to get a traceability matrix. So we'll do that. We got 3 minutes, and then I'll let you go for lunch. Okay, so now under define scope, which is kind of odd, you know, we're looking at requirements. Now we're going back to define scope. So we have the project charter and a project plan. We still have project documents. We still have these enterprises, all the inputs. We're using some of the same stuff, and we're going to produce a project scope statement, and we're going to update the project documents as we go. Those are outputs. If we look at Rita's book, then I think what she has on her page kind of relates to that. Collect processes, procedures, historical informations, and create a project scope statement. So I think that's good. This is an example of what a project scope statement might look like. And let's let's see. So it might be something, this simple, where business need, problem, this very high level, right? And it should already be part of this, should be in the charter already. So right now we've gone through this stuff. Now we're going to look at requirements, and we'll stop here to go to lunch as soon as I go through this slide. All right, so now, when do we do this? So when is requirements important? This is the last slide before we go to lunch. So at the start of any new project. So we have to get requirements anytime we new the project. Before any improvement process. Now we have to have a problem before we can improve on it, right? So the problem is we wish we could get more people through this system faster. We wish we could get more parts through the system faster. We wish we didn't have as many quality problems, those kind of things. When you want to be more successful, deliver. So now let's pretend like you see an issue, says, well, we haven't been that successful. Let's go in and look at requirements. Before you can cut or add services or products. So anytime you're going to do things, you got to make sure you're not messing up your requirements to your customers. Before any major change, which means new project, right? So before any major change and before any design or development process, which kind of sounds like a change. So all these things are when you need the requirements, right? Any questions there before we go eat lunch? All right. Go eat lunch, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Hey, Craig.
Yes, sir.
I got a question unrelated to this, but it's on our homework.
Okay.
So last week, due on the 21st, you says quiz week 4, assignment week 4.
Well, just think chapter, because
so
whatever chapter you're on is when it's due. Like your chapter for week 4 is due next Monday, right?
So, but if you look at our past assignments, we had a chapter 2, we had a chapter 3, then we had assignment week 4. And then now, if you look at what's due now, it says assignment for week 5 is chapter 4 again.
All right. It should say.
Yeah, I had a question about that too.
Yeah, it's probably a typo. So what we'll do is we'll fix that after you get back from lunch. We'll make sure, we'll clear that up. I don't want to take your lunchtime to do that.
We've already turned in chapter 4 is where I'm getting at.
Yeah, chapter 4 should be in by, well, we're on week 6, chapter 5, and that's due, a week from Monday, I guess, next Monday, right?
Yeah. So maybe
chapter 4 is also closed. Are you going to open that back up, or is it closed?
Just put it into, if the chapter 4 assignment is due by next Monday. So, Okar, could you fix that? Make sure it's chapter 4 assignments due next.
Yes, Yes, Professor, I'm looking into the Canvas. Let me see what's the confusion.
Okay.
We basically have 4 assignments. Chapter 4 is where I'm getting.
And I'm just rectifying the thing on Canvas. It's just assignment week 4. It's not chapter 4. It's assignment week 4 students.
Okay.
And for now, and it's for the chapter assignment for week 5, chapter 4. It's for your convenience that you have to grant it.
Yeah.
The chapter 4 thing, and assignment week 4 is the assignment before that. So you don't have to put it in week 4.
Yeah, anytime.
It's closed because I tried to put it in there and send an email to both of y'all.
Yes. Yeah, I can open that for you because I had to talk with the professor. It was set in discussion with the professor. So yeah.
So week 5 should be open. Week 4 should be closed. Week 6 should be open.
Yeah,
so week 5 should be chapter 5 instead of chapter 4, right?
Yeah. Well, your chapters are one digit behind your week from now on.
I think you should take a look at it then, because we did week 4 before, and that probably should have been chapter 3, but I submitted chapter 4 for that because we already had quiz for chapter 3 previously.
This is what it looks like. So there's week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5, week 6. We're here, right? And so, just, the participation ends for week 5 yesterday. You can put in homework and you can put in quizzes for week 5 next Monday, right? So that's how that's set up.
I guess, Professor, the confusion is
we've got it in weeks in.
Hello?
I heard something, but I couldn't hear the details. What would you say?
Hey, Professor, I think the chapter 4 thing is correct. What I'll do is like a week 4 chapter 3, I'll make a modification and just let student open the portal and they can submit it there itself.
Well, err on the side what's the most fair for everybody, but week 5 is
I don't think it has anything to do with what's being assigned. It's just the titles that are impossible to understand because we already had chapters 2, 3, and 4. They're in the past. We have again, do now, chapter 4 over again.
All right. So week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5. Week 5 was chapter 4.
I think the confusion is on the assignments. We have weeks and chapters, and they're mixing. So if we could just switch to either all chapters or all weeks, it would clear up some confusion.
All right. So
preferably all chapters.
Yeah, preferably all chapters.
All right. Well, all right. So if I look at weeks because the participation. So we could say week 6, chapter 5, week 7, chapter 6, week 8, chapter. If we put both of that together, would that be a little easier, or would it? Or you?
Sure.
Regardless of what, if something is closed, just put it into one that's open, and I'll sort it out. But week 6 is going to be chapter 5. So if you want week 6, chapter 5, week 7, chapter 6, that kind of thing.
So you want me, so since I already turned in my week 4, because I put it as chapter 4, because you already have a chapter 3 down there. So for this one, do you want me to just reset?
I'll sort it out. You put it in whatever, the way it works is that week 5 was chapter 4, week 4 and 3 were chapter 3, basically.
Essentially there's no reason for me to do the upcoming assignment is where I'm getting at, because I've already turned in all the deliverables that you've requested in the past.
That's good enough. If you turn it in ahead of time, I'll sort it out.
Sweet.
Thanks. As long as you turn it in, and if for some reason I don't sort it out, just call me and we'll fix it. But if you,
I'll keep the portal open for you guys, like week 3 chapter, week 4 chapter 3, week 5 chapter. I'll change the assignment name for you guys.
So I submitted chapter 5 under week 5. Should I take it out or can I just leave it there?
You leave it there. As long as you're ahead of where we are, you're good, right? And the only problem you have if you submitted 5, chapter 5 or 4 in week 7, that's late. But if it's early, it's good.
So I should just continue to stay. At some point in time, I'm going to have an assignment without a submission because I'm ahead. That's my only concern.
That's all right. Well, I will fill in from the back forward. So, you'll just be ahead of time.
And
so go ahead, James. Sorry.
I was going to say, if for some reason I missed a week and got back on schedule, it'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no problem. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter where you put it in, if you put in week 5, if you put in a week assignment for 5 and assignment 6, then you'd be late. But if you put in the assignment for week 5 and week 4, then you're just ahead of schedule.
Yeah, I understand.
Hello,
I
Professor.
understand.
Hello, Professor. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it will be difficult for us to grade assignments and to get the final grades, to calculate the final grades. So I request you all to I'll create a new link for each week, then week 5, till week 13, until chapter 12. Then you guys can submit if the assignments in the link, if you have completed the assignment before itself. So I'll make a short announcement, like it will be, for example, week 6 chapter 5 will be the next assignment, week 7 chapter 6, it will be something like that, so it won't be causing a confusion to you guys.
Thank you, Omkar.
And I'll work with them also, just to make sure that I'm helping them instead of hurting them. But if you go by the syllabus, it kind of tells you.
So I've got one more question. Is there extra credit if you pass your PMP exam during the semester?
I will give you whatever you want.
All right. I passed my PMP on Saturday.
Cool. You go
Yep.
through this, you just keep doing the assignments, but I'm assuming that you figured it out.
Right. Cool.
Hey, so you already know that you passed it?
Yeah, it tells you immediately if you passed or not.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
And see, you can help also, because as we get into these things, tell us what you've figured out. Like, this is all good and fine, but this is what the question will sound like, or if you feel like you can add information that would help people pass the test and say, yeah, focus on this part, that kind of thing.
Dylan, did you basically just do this PMP exam book, or did you get the PMBOK as well?
I got the PMBOK. I don't know how helpful it was. This Rita Mulcahy's book is awesome. I'll go ahead and say that. And then work paid for me to do a PMP boot camp over the summer that was pretty helpful.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
This is the equivalent of a boot camp, but you're just going in, you're spreading out a little bit more. And if you can, let us know. I'm trying to make it a little broader than just the PMP exam, because there's people here that already have their PMP, and there's people here that have no desire to get the PMP. So I'm trying to get the things that are not necessarily all of this is in the book. Some of this is, experience and outside the book and other things, other books and things like that. But you should be able to run a project after this class.
So can this count for PDUs since it's beyond a PMP bootcamp then?
Yeah, PDUs
Okay.
are recorded in a bunch of different ways. So you would go look at the PDU, and you can get credit for training. If it's project management specific training, like through the university, and this class is, then it fits in a certain category. And so
Right.
the categories are spread out. Some of it's work related, some of it's if you train on how to be a better machinist, you get credit for that, and all kinds of things. So you just have to go, and you have a certain number of points fit in a certain number of categories, and you can take those anyway that it'll let you. All right, I'm going to let you guys take a lunch break, and I'm going to answer this call, and then I'll be back. All right, I had to get that call as somebody's been trying to call for a little while. I'll make sure since we're during lunch. But if you have any questions, I can answer them now still. Or try to answer them. Not, I'm waiting for lunch to start or to be over, and then we'll get started. I'll be here in case anybody wants to talk. All right, any questions related to anything before we get started? If you're having a hard time getting back from lunch, that's okay. We went over a little bit. When I start seeing people pop up, we'll go forward. Right now, we're just answering questions related to anything you might have. This is a picture of the example of a scope document. It's not necessarily the best example, it's just a picture. I can send that to everybody. Also have, let's see, I think I'm not sure I sent the charter, but I also have one on the charter. So if anybody wants that, I was going to put it up on the, I have it up on the app that I have now. If anybody wants to just take it off that, that's good. Let's see what else. All right, everybody here, can I get thumbs up? Let's see how many people are out there. Michael, I see you. Dylan, Roy, Eric, I see your face. Rob, Ray, Joseph, I don't see you. Mia, looks like I don't see you. See Alex. Blake, are you there?
Present. I think Blake said he had to go on site. He would be back after lunch at some point.
All right, Tim.
I'm here.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. There's still a lot of stuff to go over. So we went here, right? So the next one is this, and then, so this is when we talked about the BABOK before, see a majority of this is requirements, right? So let's go and see how they do requirements. We don't have as good an instruction as that's coming from what the BAs have. So let's look at them. This is all related to doing the business case. So that would be something we would have. These are some of the tools. Let's see, feasibility studies, techniques. We're probably going to skip over a lot of this. So they have a lot of different ways to do it. Let's see. This is also some of the tools. Let's see, interviews. Some of this is just like common sense. They call meetings tools, for example. So interviews is kind of that way. Risk identification. Okay, let's see. There's also some other stuff they have. They call it problem solving, cost analysis. Let's see, organizational charts, some of the tools they have. All right. And so we're going to get deeper into that. Let's see, planning. All right, so here's something that would be interesting. you have, as a project manager, you have a team. And so it's not necessary that you know everything, do everything. Your team together, you and your team should be able to do this, right? And I think I mentioned this before, but you can tell an immature project manager about how many people on the team are doing this. So your goal is not necessarily to do the work. Your goal is to make sure the work is done. And so that's a big difference. You want to make sure that you have the right people doing the right things and everything gets together. So you have to understand your role. This is from the BA point of view, but they want to make sure that they have the team understands what their role is in collecting the information. So that's kind of what you're doing. Your team is supposed to help identify the stakeholders, and your team is supposed to be that. So whenever we say project managers are responsible, you have a team of people, use them. All right, let's see, still this stuff. All right, activities. So now we've gone through a lot of this. So now we're going to go into requirements part of that. It's all here. Select requirements. I'm just kind of skimming over this stuff, see if there's anything that you guys might want to see. It's in your PowerPoint slides. If you haven't gotten them yet, you will get them as soon as the email clears. All right, let's see, go further. Okay, let's get through this stuff and go into the next one. All right, that was all part of the first section. I actually sent it in 2 sections because I was having a hard time getting it didn't seem like it wanted to go through. So you'll see it in 2 sections. There it is, if I can find it. Oh, no wonder I can't see it. I got everybody's face in the way. See if I move faces out of the way over here. All right, that. All right, so now we're going to look at requirements. So here's where we are. We're still here. We're looking at the requirements, and the first thing is needs assessment, and that's kind of the same thing, requirements and needs assessment. So what we got to state, this is very important, and I think Michael, you and Ray kind of explained this. Ray explained this a little bit, I think, earlier. And so it's important. This benefits our customer relationships. It benefits our stakeholder relationships. We got to discover the expectations, right? It has to happen. We have to understand what they're going to measure our performance on, because if we don't know that, we're still being measured by that, right? And so this is your performance. So you got to know what we're being measured on. We got to come to a mutual understanding of the scope of the work you're doing. So this is real important. The benefits to you is it creates a system to allow you to check your progress and document your achievements so you can be successful. This is very important. It's you can create a checklist for the needs of the customer, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to create a checklist requiring planning, because once we have the requirements, we're going to use that in the planning, right? Said this more than once. And we're going to require the, in developments, what's required for functionality in order for it to do what it is that customer wants it to do. All right, so let's see, drawbacks. This is why people don't do it, because it is time intensive and you're under a deadline and you're trying to make things happen. And people often think that they can make better progress if they just skip over the whole concept phase. But that's the requirements. If the places where I have been called in to fix other people's problems more than any other is because the requirements were never there. And I think, Ray, you said that in a couple ways. I think it was Ray. Ray, it was you, right? And that said that in a couple ways, that sometimes it looks like you have to go back and keep doing the same thing over and over. You have to keep, reinventing or rediscovering what actually needs to happen. And sometimes it comes too late. It requires some effort. It's not easy. This is not the easiest thing to do. It can be costly. So if you don't do it, it'll probably cost you more. But if you do it, it's going to cost you some. So it's got to be in your budget. It's going to take time. So 6 important parts, requirements analysis. So we got to identify what must be learned. So we're building something. What do we have to know in order to build it? We have to go back and identify who has that information. We have to go out and gather that information. We have to analyze that information. Then we have to use that information and document it throughout the whole life cycle project. And we have to check everything. You know, just keep checking everything. Because the thing about it is, there's a progressive elaboration that happens. As you get into something, you learn something. And then you find that maybe your assumptions are different than what you thought they would be. And on and on and on. So that progressive elaboration keeps happening. So let's see. So how do we do that? We talk to the people doing the work. So if we're going to do something for a bunch of people working in a machine shop, you know, and that's our job. We're trying to create something for the machine shop people to do better, you know, do their job easier, quicker, without as much injury, those kind of things. Then we got to talk to those people. We talk to vendors, you know, if these are the people doing the work, the vendors, talk to the customers. There's internal customers that are stakeholders, and there's external customers that may be stakeholders. And so we got to talk to those people. That's hard sometimes for introverts. And so if you fit into that category where you really don't like to talk to people, you like to stay in and work hard on your craft, then this is hard to do. I mean, it is hard to do. And sometimes it's scary to hear what they're going to say, because that changes what you want to do. And they may want to do it a total different way than the way you want to do it. But if you don't do it the way they want to do it, then you have failed, right? It's helps you to measure quality, performance, and those kind of things. So we also must learn how to understand and deal with the complaints. The complaints are not always bad, right? So we got to figure out what their suggestions are, what their complaints are, and we got to fix that. If it's a first time, this is usually when we're going into the project, we got to know, well, why don't you like the way you're doing it now? Because we're about to go through a major change. That's where that's the complaints I'm talking about. If it's something you're doing, you want to know that as soon as possible too. But you want to hear what their pain points are and what their suggestions are. When I go in and do a project, let's say I'm doing an improvement project. The first thing I do is I interview the person that wants me to come in. I interview their bosses, because I got to hear it from all sides. I got to interview the people, their supervisors that might work under them. And I got to interview everybody on the floor. And I have to understand where everybody's coming from. I have to understand what their complaints are, what their suggestions are, what they want and see, and what are we trying to fix. And then we document everything. So this all kind of common sense, but this gives you a checklist. When talking to customer, this is important. Don't guess. Sometimes we jump into a solution because we have the hammer that fits all nails and screws. And so the point is, we don't want to guess. We're coming from a different point of view. We might know more about the subject than they know, but we don't know as much about their subject as they know. So ask what the customer wants. That's very important. Make it easy for customers to tell you. So you got to be friendly and open. I've learned this. I'm usually pretty easy to get along with. I'm usually pretty friendly. So this is usually pretty easy for me. Some people aren't that way. So some people are a little more tense than other people. So you got to make it easy for people to give you the answers you don't want to hear. Create small questions. So you might go in and ask, instead of bombarding somebody with everything you need to know, sometimes that's a good way to go. Sometimes they're so busy, all you can do is ask a few questions at a time and meet them several times during the day, or, over a week or something. Sometimes small surveys will help. Don't pester them. Use visual techniques. This is very important. This is what I described earlier. If you're trying to build a web site, for example, you might use pictures from graphics on what the website will look like long before you start programming. So you're trying to figure out, use the cheapest, easiest, quickest way to get to the right answer. So you don't want to build out the whole car and find out it's the wrong car. You want to draw it out a few times, that kind of thing. Identify who has the information, talk to people doing the work, and they'll tell you who has more information. Talk to the vendor, see who they're dealing with, talk to your customers, see who they deal with, and just keep, you may have to talk to one person to get leads, talk to another person, get leads, talk to another person. So you just follow those leads until you can't follow them anymore. Document, share your findings every chance you get. So every time you document something, you find something, then share what you found. Sometimes you want to do that without revealing who said it, because you're going to be there and you want to get the truth. And if somebody's worried about losing their job, if they tell you the truth, then you want to document it in a way that they're not hurt. If that makes sense. I've been that a lot of times. I tell people, everything you tell me, I'm going to share with everybody. You tell me whether you want me to tell them where it came from or not, because I have to build trust within the group of people that I'm working with. And if there's something illegal going on or something unsafe going on, or somebody's breaking the rules all the time and that's their boss, I need to know that, right? And that's when I'm trying to improve something. You need to know that. If you don't know that and you work on false assumptions, then who gets the blame if everything blows up? You're going to make a change. Now, this could have been a problem for a long time, right? So if you go in and make this change and everything blows up because you went the way the customer wants it to, or the stakeholders want it to, and you just totally swept under the rug the real issues and problems, and then 6 months down the road it blows up, you could lose your job. It's pretty important to get to the truth, right? Gather information, learn from customers' requirements, learn your customers' requirements. Who gets blamed if things don't, all right, here's another thing. Who gets blamed if you don't communicate well? Well, you do. You must emphasize with our empathy. Easy for you to say. You're supposed to take on the customer's feelings about this. So what you do is you go in, and if they're sad, don't look happy. If they're happy, don't try to bring, but just, be empathetic with them so that you can hear what they're saying, and you can, you don't have to agree with them, but you have to understand why they're feeling this way about a certain issue. And visualizing your service, try to look and sound, act like the customer. That's just, how to communicate with them. Help your group analyze the information, sort the information, give it meaning when you can. Well, this thing is important because of that. We're taking a design of experiments class, and I learned the design of experiments if this and this and this happens and this looks like this way, and so that statistics means this. So try to use your other experiences. All right, so now when interviewing, this is common sense, but it's real important. It's directly related to getting to requirements, but prepare for those meetings, introduce yourself, interview them, close and follow up. So if you say you're going to follow up with them, follow up with them. When conducting meetings, here's basics on meetings, right? Ensure meeting has value greater than the cost. We have meeting, oh shoot, man. When I was working at Ardent, I had back to back. I had sometimes 3 meetings going on at the same time on WebEx. And I found that that's my limit. I think 2 is the limit on WebEx, but I think I had 3 at one time. But I would literally have 2 screens with one meeting over here, one meeting over here, and I'd have one ear listening, one ear to listen to the other, and I'd tell both of them. I said, I'm here. And I was project manager on both of these. I said, I'm here. You guys are solving the problem. I'm just listening for my name. If I hear my name, I will put the other call on mute and I'll answer your call. And so that way, but you have to make sure that the value is greater than the cost, have well-defined and publicized reason. You want the agenda, right? Why are we here? This is what we're going to do. Organize logistics of the meeting, keep the meeting focused. A lot of times we go in and it's not focused. You've been there. Organize the meeting logically and use visual aids anytime you can. All right, diffuse tense. So here's this kind of leads over to the conversation, Ray, that we were talking about a little bit early. And it says when customers fight, and this goes beyond what you're saying, but when customers fight, when two stakeholders have a different opinion, and there's 10 people in the room and they voted down one approach. And this other customer says, well, I don't like that. I'm trying to get my approach worked into your project, right? So Ray, they come to you and they say, well, I know this is what everybody agreed to. This is what we signed off on. But if you can, I want you to do this, that, and the other. Or it would be real helpful if you did this, that, and the other in addition to what you're doing. Now, that is expanding your scope. That's expanding the time it'll take to do something. That's expanding the cost it'll take to do something. That's expanding your scope, right? If you do something in addition to that. If they paid for, and they agreed on a part made in plastic and this person wants it made in stainless steel, that's expanding the scope. That's expanding the quality and cost and time and everything else possibly. So you have a choice. You can either turn it down or you can put in a change request, but you can't do it without a change request. Because if you expand the scope and you make this, you say you put in so much more quality than they agreed on, what have you done? It's called gold plating. You've added more quality than they agreed on in the scope of the project, and therefore you're spending your company's money. Let's pretend like you're consulting for someone else and you're adding a whole bunch of bells and whistles to the project that they didn't pay for. You're taking money out of your company's budget to pay for your customer's budget, to augment your customer's budget. So if they haven't agreed on it, you don't do it. That can, when the customers can complain about that because maybe they really wanted the gold plated item, but you're going to give them the plastic item. So you have to go back and make sure that's corrected because you could be the cause of that fight, right? But the bottom line is you have to get everything in writing. You have to go with what you agreed with. Anything else requires a change request. That makes sense? Anybody have any examples of that?
What if you go to put in a change request and the person you go to put in a change request says that, nope, that was part of the initial scope. You should have planned for that. What do you do then?
Well, is it? So if it is, then if they're right, then you suck it up, right? If you document the requirements well enough, then you can either prove that it's not, because that should be in the requirements document. And if it's in there, you just got to do it, right? So you may have to work longer hours to do it. But if it's not in there and they signed off on it, you have proof that it's not in there. And if it's, if it's your boss and your boss gets away with all kinds of things like that, then you have politics involved. If it's the customer and you're the vendor, then you have a contract, so you may have to get your lawyers involved. But you should document that. You should be able to tell them whether it's part of what you agreed to or not. So that's how well the scope has to be written. Does that answer your question?
It does. It feels like we run into that situation quite a bit in our line of work.
Yeah. So it sounds like to me that the requirements are either misunderstood or not communicated well, or they don't exist to the degree they need to exist. So that's how important this part is.
So also, Craig, wouldn't you document your your work scope relative to what you intend to accomplish, and that should be mapped out in your WBS, but also your assumptions and your risks, such that if something materializes that is not that you're not planned on, then there's a clear delineation as to what's driving that change or that increase.
Yeah, that, remember in our charter, let's see if I can bring up the charter again. So we have a couple of, the reason you have all these documents is so that you can avoid some of those problems, right? And so that was very good. Yeah, let's see if I can expand this where you can actually see it. So the charter will have approvals, and we'll have, let's see if I can find it. There's a purpose, and there's the goals, and there's what's in scope, what's out of scope, you know, so we have to document that to the point where we can use it. And if we can show where it was out of scope, that's one thing. And then it's in scope because we have assumptions, right? And our assumptions have to be documented. And somewhere in here is supposed to have assumptions. I don't know where it is, but we should have those kind of things. And sometimes that's in the charter. If not, you want to document those things too. I didn't see it here, but it should be. So, and then when you get the charter in place, that means now you're able to go deeper, right? So the charter just gets you started and you have high level stuff. Now when you go deeper, you can say, all right, we're going to document all the requirements. We're going to look at the scope. That's what this whole thing's about, right? Goes into the charter. And then we're going to make sure everybody signs off on that. And that's, you know, that's what we live to. And if there's any changes, we should be able to go back. If, you know, for example, we're assuming that we're going to build this house in 6 months, unless there's, you know, weather catastrophes, you know, acts of God, whatever. And then, you know, if hurricane comes through and it's flooded for a month, and it ruins our foundation and our, you know, our framing, then, you know, that's part of the insurance. That's part of what we have to go by. But, you know, you have to make some assumptions and you have to be realistic too, but you try to, you know, you try to document that stuff. All right, so here is another thing. When customers are frustrated, how would you know? I mean, how do you know? Sometimes they're very vocal, right? So have you had any experiences, Ray? It sounds like you've had a lot. So have you had any experiences where you don't know that they're frustrated, or you are surprised by their frustration or something else? A lot of times if they don't talk, you know, that's the sign. If you go up and try to, if they get silence, you know, they're not necessarily yelling and screaming, and you may have made a good argument, but if they don't say anything, that could be a sign, right? If they're not returning your calls. So sometimes if you do find out that they're frustrated and you can't get answers you need, you might just need to back off and show results and keep the customers more informed and more involved, you know. So for example, if it comes to the case where they're wanting more than what we've said, then maybe we got to get them more involved in, you know, how we're making those decisions. But also sometimes it's good to bring some fresh person in. I tell people, especially when they're working with the customers, is sometimes there's that chemistry's not there. You know, you're not going to be able to build rapport with everybody. So what you do is, if you have a good backup person, you get them involved, right? All right, so now requirements, let's look at tracking. Any questions so far related to that? I know that it's very broad and some of it's just common sense, but that's real world. You know, you have real problems with real people, and sometimes you just have a plan on how to deal with them. All right, I'm gonna go on. So this is the one that I like to use the most. I like to document the functional requirements, the attributes, and the constraints. So if we think about functional, that's what a product or service will do. So that's what it will do. What's the function? What's there to do? What's the car there to do, right? So the attributes are the characteristics the customer desires, and the constraints are kind of objective statements of the attributes that place limits on the customer's desires. So if I want to build a database that will hold lots of information, you know, the attribute might be, well, I want it hold lots of that, you know, a lot of information. I'm supposed to be able to query this database, right? So it's got to have a lot of information. That's a very broad term. It's got to be easy to use. It's got to be quick. You know, I got to get to it quick. Well, what do you mean by it's got to have a lot of information? Rob, what's a lot of information in a database? I mean, what would a large database look like? You know, large compared to a family using this database. You know, what would large mean?
You're probably talking about, for a large one, probably millions of records.
Yeah. So something
like across hundreds, if not thousands, of different tables.
Yep. So we're saying our attributes got to be large, hold lots of information. That's so general, I can't do that. But if you give me a constraint, like I want to hold millions of records, then it kind of gives me an idea. All right, so I'm gonna ask you the same question. They said they want to be easy to use. Rob, what does easy to use database mean? You know, I don't know. I mean, it could be anything, right? So what does that mean? We got a family trying to use this. What does easy to use mean?
Well, yeah, it's very subjective, because for the end user or the person who may be doing the data entry or looking through the user interface piece, you know, they want intuitiveness. They want it to look very similar to something they're familiar with. Whereas on the back end, you know, you're talking about the DBAs and the technical folks, they're looking for something very different in terms of easy use, in terms of maintaining that thing. So
yeah,
different stakeholders are going to have different perspectives on that.
Okay, now they said they want to obtain this information quickly. Rob, what does quickly mean? If I'm, you know, so that's the questions we're trying to ask.
That could be different. You were talking days or milliseconds.
Yeah, that's right. So there's no way for us to design it at the level that I first said, right? I want it a large database. I want it easy to use, and I want to get the information quickly. So now we know that it's going to store data.
Well, Craig, if I were some designers, I would say, hey, I can provide that. Awesome. Well, I'll go deliver that to you, and then have a very unhappy customer.
Exactly. And so, Ray, this is kind of the example. We got to know what the function is. We got to know what their desires are, and that's going to be very wishy-washy. And then we got to provide numbers to that. You know, in that case we just gave, right? So when it comes to functional, here's kind of what it says. It's the what of the product. So we need a system that will do something. How would you like to use the system? That's a question you might ask. What is the purpose of the system? What would you like the system to do? So those are kind of all functional type questions. So there's functional requirements and non-functional requirements, right? So the functional requirements are, what is it going to do? So what way I like to number these, I like to number these as F for functional, and maybe I go by 10, 20, 30, 40, because that way I can put numbers between them. Or maybe I just go them as I get them. So I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'll try to document until they're tired of telling me what they wanted to do. I'm going to go until they're exhausted. You know, I'm going to go, when I say that, I mean their thoughts of what they want to do exhausted. And then I'm going to ask somebody else. And then I'm going to go back and ask that other person, say, well, so-and-so said, added this to it. Can you think of anything else? Because what I want to know is I want an exhaustive list of their functional requirements. What do you actually want this to do, right? And so we would do something like this. We would brainstorm and we'd say, okay, we maybe 3 people together in a room, and we'd put a sheet of paper on the wall, and we just keep adding Post-it notes. And then I'd say one Post-it note, brainstorming would be like, everybody participates, right? And everybody comes with ideas, and they change their ideas based on other ideas. And I'd say there's nothing here that is out of question. And we try to put funny stuff up, and we try to put ridiculous stuff up, and then we try to put, the real logical stuff up, just to get them to think. I want a database I can put on my phone, and I can go scuba diving, use it underwater. And I don't care what it is. You just tell me what it is that you want to do. What do you want it to do? And some of those will be constraints, and some of those will be other things. But all I'm doing now is just brainstorming. And then the next step I'm going to do is I'm going to consolidate that into something that makes sense, right? So when it comes to the characteristics of this, the attributes, I'm going to say, I'm going to add another numbering system. I'm going to say A1. So I'm going to have a F1, A1, F1, A2, F1, A3, F1, A4, F1, A5. So I'm going to connect them together so that I can have the attributes of that function. So those would be non-functional requirements, not something it does. I want the system to be something. I want it to be pretty. I want it to be, large. I want it to be in my hand. I want it to, whatever you can describe, however you can describe those functions and what it's trying to do. Let's see. And then I'll do the same type of thing. I'll brainstorm with them, and I'll take one function at a time, and I'll take all the attributes of that function I can find. Rob, did that make sense so far? Do you have a better method? Or Michael or me? Or
No, I think trying to keep it as simple as possible is key there, so that you can have the traceability. And then obviously the second key piece is making it traceable so that you can trace,
right?
For instance, certain requirements to some of those, like for instance, some of those drivers that are driving environmental factors like policies and regulations and things.
Yeah. So yeah, so it would be, yeah, we're getting to the point where we're trying to just draw a picture of what it is we're trying to do, right? But you can add things to it, but we're trying to come up with a numbering system. We got an F1, A1, F1, A2, F1, A3, F2, second functional thing they want, A1, A2, A3, and then think about the next one. And so then I'm going to dive deeper. I'm going to look at constraints, and that's where we're trying to say, all right, so this is an objective statement of the attribute. It places a limit, quantitative limit on the customer's desires. If A, the system is easy to learn, then C may be a person with a high school education must be able to use the software after a 2-hour class. That would be an example. And then we have to, when you go to A1, we go to C1. So now we got F1, A1, C1, C2, C3, F1, A2, C1, C2, C3 under that. So that's, and you can have a different numbering system. I just tried to make it simple. So that C means constraint, A means attribute, and those kind of things. Did that make sense so far? All right. Anybody confused about that? It doesn't have to be the system, but you got an idea about what you're trying to do. Here is a traceability matrix that might look like. So this is requirements traceability matrix, basically a spreadsheet. There's all kinds of different parts of this. There's a functional requirement. You could add other requirements too, and you can look at, it can get as complicated as you want it to get. But you're going down to functional requirements. What I would do is I'd add attributes and constraints to these also. But this is just an example. And there's instructions there on what that means. All right, let's see. I've got other examples too, but let's see if I can find them. I think I lost it. Let's see if I can pull it back up. All right, so this one shows you a little more complicated version of that. So here we have, cover letter, document, revision history, instructions, actors, assumptions, requirements. So as Mia was saying, you're also trying to figure out, what are the assumptions, because they can change as we progressively elaborate on things. Then what happens is we add more assumptions and we prove other things wrong. Then we get to the requirements. We have functional and, more details about that. I would add functional and attributes for those too. And, glossary terms, those kind of things. So that's another example of, it's another spreadsheet. This is more of a workbook form, and the other is more of a simple spreadsheet. All right, so any questions there? Can we go on? Because now we have a list of attributes or a list of requirements with all the attributes and constraints we're trying to meet to. If we have this ahead of time, when we go into, we're still in the point where we're just coming up with what good looks like, right? So now we're able to go into planning next. And let's see. So let's see, planning. And so let's look at WBS, because we're probably going to, Mia, how much time we got?
We have 16 minutes.
All right, so we're going to go through this pretty quickly. This is create WBS. Our output's going to be a scope baseline, because now we're expanding on the scope. We're actually getting to the baseline. That's what's in your book. You can see that. But if we were to look at the planning phase, this is kind of the first step in planning. So from the WBS, we're going to have a task list. We're going to connect that to the WBS. We're going to do all these things, right? So here's a picture of what a WBS might look like. It's very hierarchical in nature. This is a clean room. It's a clean room. This is the project. We're going to mop floor, dust, vacuum, pick up floor, that kind of thing. And then under this, get the mop and bucket out, and these are tasks we're going to do in order to make that happen, right? This is kind of what it looks like. There's a project. This is really should be deliverables, but, major tasks, other tasks, subtasks to that. And that's kind of what it looks like. This is way you think about a work breakdown structure characteristics. It's hierarchical, it's logical, it's task or activity based, but it really reflects the deliverables. It organizes the deliverables and how to reach those deliverables. We use this in a lot of different ways. I tell people that when you think of a WBS, think of a numbering system go with it. And we'll talk about that next. But you're going to use that WBS whenever you think about the sequence of way things happen. You think about scheduling. You're going to think about, you're going to connect people to, these deliverables. You're going to connect budget to those deliverables. You're going to connect monitoring to those deliverables. And you're going to look at the way you define things and validate that it's being done, and those requirements you're going to connect to those, those WBS deliverables. Work packages are at the bottom. It's the largest group that will allow you to. So it'd be down here. We're going to say, here's what we're actually going to do. Those are work packages. This is a funny one, I think. So this one says, there's the number system. Now, tell me what's wrong with this numbering system. We talked about it a couple of times, different days. what if I made a mistake? And, all right, I'll tell you the story that might jog your memory. I was working with the queen of Department of Energy. I say that because she's the top person at Department of Energy at the time. And I went in, and she was known for being very thorough. You know, she was a very sharp lady. She knew what she was talking about. I was her project manager on something. I numbered it this way. She went off in her world. We worked on the project some more. We found we added 100 different tasks to it. What happened to our numbering system? I saw you mouth it, Rob, but I didn't hear it.
Pull it up.
Yeah, it messed it up. And the statement she said to me was, Craig, I thought you were smarter than that. Something, words to that effect. And she said, I thought you knew better than that, you know, something like that. And said, she came in month 1 and came back month 2. And we already progressively elaborated on the project and put all these tasks in. So now my 1.32 became 1.320, and she's still looking at 1.32. And she said, let's talk about 1.32. And I have to translate that to 1.320. You see where the problem is? So the least you want to do is you want to think in terms of, if it's going to change, give it enough spaces so you can change it. So think about programming. If you remember programming in BASIC or something like that, you know, it was basically you had to put 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So that would be 10, 10, 10, 10, 20, 10, 30, 10, 30, 10, 10, 30, 20. You know, so that's the least you should do. These might be 100, 100 and 100, you know, whatever, however complicated your project is. It could be a smart numbering system where you have letters and numbers and they mean different things in different places. But that's the first thing you got to think of. Think of your WBS as a numbering system because that number, every time you talk about buy a spaceship supplies in a memo, in a, you know, this is just going to be a task list, right? Eventually. So you're going to have all your tasks labeled with a WBS number, and you're going to connect that to things they're going to do. Well, what if you had editing software in there 38 times? Well, you have to know, somebody says, I want to talk about editing software. Well, what, you know, volume 1, volume 2, is it first draft, second draft, third draft? Where are we? You know, are we editing software that builds the front end of the, you know, the look of the site? Are we going into the data? You know, what are we editing? And so you have to have a number, a unique identifier for every single thing you put on it. And that way you can connect that to a whole document. I mean, this could be the explanation of how to do 1.3.1. And it's all written here. And on the title, it says, you know, 1.3.1, attach top part of middle part to middle part. Well, you know, maybe that's just the procedure to do it. And so you have to be able to, that number system is your unique identifier that will connect to everything else you're trying to do. And so in this case, you know, you see it's laid out. It looks pretty interesting. But so any questions related to that? I get excited about that because you don't want to be insulted more than once, right? And so, and especially by someone that really matters, because, you know, I respected this lady a whole lot. And so she was a good mentor and a tour mentor too, because every good mentor is also a little bit of a tour mentor. So you start gathering, let's see, break down structure, subtasks. So you're going to do all these things. I think we talked about most of this. So data gathering, analyze, design, develop, and stuff. So use a smart numbering system. It could be project A, grouping 10, grouping 20. So your number might look like project A 2010. What does that tell me? Project A, first grouping, first wave, first phase of the project, you know, something. I usually have the project number, if it's required, if I have 100 projects or 12 projects or 6 projects, then I'll have the grouping. Well, I'll have maybe concept phase, planning phase, implementation, and closure. So I'll put 10 for concept. And then if I have phases, I'll put other things in. And if I have regions of the country or whatever, then I'll put those numbers in. So that number could be pretty substantial, but if you give me that number, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's how important it is. Mia, have you found that to be, is that something that's dear to your heart, or have you just not thought about it like that? Because some people
added flexibility, as you mentioned.
Yeah. And sometimes it's one of those things that people, most people do this, and so I will never do that again. All right, so let's see. So now where are we at the end? And we only have a few minutes left. This is all related to just verifying that as you go forward and making changes as you need to. So let's see if I can show that in a different way. Sometimes you have restrictions in making changes. So let's see, let me see if I can do this, and this might be all we have time to do. So we've designed the project a certain way, right? That's our present state. We want to get over here. So we're trying to make changes within the project. We know that our desired, well, this is a bad example for that. This is stop smoking, but kind of the same concept. We know that it's a valley of despair for people who are trying to stop smoking. It's a valley of despair. It's a cocoon stage for people who are trying to take one part of your requirement and make a change in the middle of it. So what you're going to do along with what other things you're going to do. Now your customer only sees this. He sees here, and now I want to make it change over here, right? But what happens is that you have to actually go through, let's see if I can find a better picture. Let's see. So here's what's happening. You're trying to push this change forward, and there's restricting forces on it, right? And those restricting forces are what you have to gear, what you have to fight. So if you know there's got to be a change made, you already put requirements in place, you already have the scope in place, everybody signed off on it, but now you learn something. So you have to, in order to make sure those change requests are made, to go through and make that change, you're fighting this battle. This is called, this one's a force field analysis, right? So you got to make sure that you have enough evidence, enough reason, so the forces that are keeping you from getting to this change will actually allow it to happen. If not, then remember this picture. This is things get better before they get worse. So if you find out that you're going to have a problem here, this is what your future might look like. This is what you need to communicate to people. So that part of just getting them through that change is important. So you sometimes have to sell that. And, the difference is, good versus poor, or good versus pushing it out too far. And the risks are, associated with making that project last longer, last longer in this case, or making that problem worse. But if you keep making changes in the middle of that project, then you're going to keep making things worse too. So you got to be, when you look at the change, you have to be very clear that once you change that scope, you're also changing other things, like you're changing the cost and the time it takes to do that. And we talked about that early. So you got to make those changes when you have to make a change, like you learn something, but you have to go through, a change control to do it and get everybody sign off on it. If not, then you got a problem. There's a lot more we can talk about, but we're out of time. And I think I threw that last part in kind of maybe went through it a little too quick, but the point is that if you're trying to control that scope, it's pretty important to change that scope is pretty painful. And so the change that you have to have enough information on why you want to change that scope. And it's got to be, and if you're a consultant and somebody wants to change the scope, that's great. You know, it gives you more money, because now instead of taking 3 months, it'll take you 6 months to do it. And as long as everybody agrees to that and everybody knows that, and you learned it along the way and you came up with a great solution, then it's a good thing, right? But if you're paying for that, you don't want this to happen too often, right? Because you want to get as close as possible. And that's in the concept phase, that's the requirements phase, that's in the scoping, you know, of all of that during the concept phase, and then to the planning. So I think—
Hey, Craig, I do have a question.
Sure.
In regards to requirements gathering and double verification, I heard this was talked about whenever I was at the plant, so I apologize. So
Okay.
as far as assignments go, we had the quiz for chapter 3, and then we had the quiz for week 4. And week 4 also covered chapter 3. So were we supposed to submit the quiz for chapter 3 twice? Because I submitted the quiz for week 4.
No,
quiz for chapter 4.
So on, I'm trying to find the right syllabus.
I want to make sure that I'm getting credit for it. That I don't care how it gets submitted. I just don't want to get a 0 for something that's really like something easy to go do.
Yeah. Answer your question is, you know, I think it was week 3 and 4 was chapter 3,
chapter
right?
3, correct.
So we're only getting credit if you turned it in week 4, you know, that's for, I mean, we weren't even counting these weeks other than just turn them in, you know.
Okay.
And then,
well,
so this is when
it showed up on Canvas as an assignment. I didn't want to not submit something.
Yeah,
so
it
just
is.
felt weird.
It's
Okay.
a sign. So what probably happened was probably put in the week 3 and week 4. If you turn in chapter 3 in any one of those 2 weeks, you're good. And I'm gonna look at it from this direction. So if you turn anything in early, great. And the only change or difference in that is the discussion questions have to be done the Thursday before the Friday of the class.
I gotcha. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm tracking.
That's the only difference.
Perfect.
But yeah, but if you turn it in late, I'll still take in consideration confusion or whatever else you tell me. You know, for example, if you're sent off for a week going somewhere and you turn it in late, just tell me, you know, we'll figure it out.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Will we start seeing the grades for everything start coming through, or is that just something?
Yeah,
that
I'm
happens
gonna
at the end?
do that this weekend. It's gonna bring up, and it's basically a check mark. You turn it in, you get the check, you know, and those points show up. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Any other questions? I know I went over now, or we're right on time, so I better go because you got another class, right? All right. It's nice seeing everybody. Thank you. Bye.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
can hear.
Yeah.
I can hear
Yeah, we
every
hear you.
word that you're saying, and I like that sweet new background.
Oh, great. Thanks. Who said that?
That was Blake Overton. I'll take 10 points extra
Oh.
credit. So you can go ahead and hand it my way.
You're the background expert.
I also like your background, and I'll take 10 points extra credit.
All right. So how are you guys doing?
Excellent. What about you, sir?
Good, good, good. I just went through moving process, and I haven't moved in like 5 years, so I forgot what it was like. But anyways, you've probably done it several times already as well.
I did it twice last year.
How many?
Twice.
Twice? Oh God. Yeah, no. Well, anyways, it's good experience. But anyways, all right, guys. So continuing with the last lecture, I just want to make sure we're set. Did you guys have a good break before the end of the last lecture?
No break at all.
No break? You need 5 minutes?
That'd be appreciated.
That'd be great.
Good. Let's take 5. Fabiano and Armin, are you guys recording?
Fabiano's
Yeah, I'll start recording now. Locally.
Yes.
Locally? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
All right, now it is who?
All right, should be good.
All right, just hit pause before we move forward. All right. And I'll be back as well.
Designed the Pioneer minivan and called it the Brubaker Box. The whole idea here was to create a modern reimagining of the VW microbus. The Brubaker is made entirely of fiberglass panels, and it has wooden bumpers that stick way the heck out there. But that's not even the weirdest thing. There's one door for the whole car, a couch back seat with a freaking ottoman, and honestly, one of the craziest dashboards I've ever seen.
So Alex taking over Blake's background control.
I've just been lazy, so I haven't done anything yet.
I would say that my son would love your background, Alex. He's obsessed with dinosaurs right now. I don't know what's with kids. He's 3.
To be fair, I'm also obsessed with dinosaurs, so.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, at McDonald's right now they have Jurassic Park toys, and yeah,
fantastic!
I think I've collected them all. Yeah, I think I've got them all now.
Yeah,
they're for me, not for my son.
Yeah, if you keep them safe, they'll be worth something in the future. There you go, Blake.
Sometimes I just use the background to show how I'm feeling in the moment.
Good. Okay, guys, so continuing with what we were doing last time, please open SPSS with the Excel data for the border crossings points. So I'll give you, I don't know if you need me to refresh how to open SPSS.
You might, please.
All right. So we go here. Then we go to apps.utk.edu. It will show this up. Log on. Accept. Are you guys looking at my screen?
Yes.
All right. Then
Somebody's
we
in their
go
car
to
though.
statistic and data mining. That's where we go to SPSS. Just click over SPSS 26. All right. I'm gonna open it so that you guys just get to see the environment. And then, because I'm running it remotely, it should take some time. I'm not sure what happened. There you go. So then you just click new data set and it should bring you here, right? So we're all good until here.
Yeah, we'll just always need to log into that, the apps part. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to go to Plan B, let me just show you how Plan B looks like very quickly. And I'm going to close this one. Oh, sorry. Yes. No. So Plan B would be go to the OIT website. Then go to this section that says software, hardware. Download software and see you have both options here. And then you log in. For you, it's gonna be this option. I take this second, but then you go, there's a menu of all the software. And here it is. Depending on the operating system, you just click there and follow the instructions, but that's where you can download it. All right. We'll just stick to the apps right now, but if you want a local version of the software, you can do it this way. That's what I have. I have the local version. There's a lot of other software you can get from here as well for installing into your computers. But anyways, so we have the testing information that I share with you, right? And I told you that the forecasting data was going to be this one, AB. So all we got to do is we take these two copy. We get into SPSS, you can just paste. And you should have, since I already got it here, you should have all the things all the way to the end. All right. So I'm going to assume that everybody is here. I'm going to give you a couple minutes just to get on the same page. As you are reaching this point, please, in the chat window, not the chat, the other one, the participant window, just hit your yes as you are reaching this point. Thank you, Dylan. Okay, Lucas, it's already there. Rob.
That was the AB data, right?
Sir, was that?
So that was the AB data, column AB?
Yeah. Sorry, AA. Just select both column Z and column AA all the way to the end.
So you're only copying to 174?
Yeah.
I guess I'm trying to make sure this is the same file from last week. We only go to 174.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 174 months. If you look at the SPSS, it's going to have the 174. All right. Okay, so we have 5 yeses. Or 5 yes, yeah. I did a Spanglish word there. And then for those who want to add the name of the variable, it's useful once you have a lot of data. You just shift the tabs at the bottom from data view to variable view. And then you just add the name here. Month and crossings. I'm gonna add something here. No as the acronym for number. And crossings. Remember, if you finish, please hit the yes button in the participant window.
Sorry, where's this data coming from again?
The file that is in the Excel, if you go to here, it should be this file, testing.
Testing. Okay. I pulled the wrong one, sorry.
It's the last tab, test model, and we take column Z and AA. All right, so as more people get to go there, one of the things that this software can do, pretty much, this is the acronym SPSS is a statistical package for social sciences. What that means is that it tries to simplify the calculations and the interface in a way that it's relevant and makes it all easier for those who are non-engineers. And the reason I like this one interface, I mean, I usually used Minitab a lot, but we don't have the license. But this interface is very similar to that one. It keeps it in a spreadsheet. So if we go to analyze, then there's going to be the forecasting. Right? And then in forecasting, we have a lot of things that we have covered already. We have the autocorrelation calculation here. We have the cross correlations. And we have seasonal decomposition. And we have the application of models and the creation of models. What we're going to do right now is we're going to create the model. So we click create models. And here we go with the data. Now we said, just to remember, time is always in the X axis and the variables are always in the Y axis, right? So Y is the dependent, X is the independent. So time is always going to be independent. Crossing is going to be there. All right. And then we have a couple options here. ARIMA or expert modeler. Now, the expert modeler is going to find the best model for us. We don't have to do any testing or any other stuff. It's just going to find whatever is best for us. All right. Now, one of the things in here is that within ARIMA, you remember that we have that elements, the PDQ for the regular and then for the seasonality. So that's the lowercase PDQ and then the uppercase PDQ. When trying to find the number of models in ARIMA, it's a sensitivity analysis as well. It's a lot of trial and error. So this software can actually help us as well to find the best ARIMA model. All right. So I'm going to just keep it with all models right now. And as we get with the all models, there's a lot of other things here. You probably won't be seeing this one. So I'm gonna just uncheck this one for now. If there is an event that happened, such as market crash or I don't know, September 11 or opening of a new facility or whatever it is, you can specify it here. All right. You can say what is the event, and you have to create a new column over here to indicate where the event happened and what was the effect of that event. All right. So instructions are here. Now, one of the things, like any software, if you get stuck with the indications over here, if you always go to the help menu, that takes you to the website. And it is very comprehensive. I love the way that IBM has structured their software, because all the help menus include both the explanation of the interface and the theory behind the models that they're using. So on that sense, let me go back to model here.
Hey,
So,
Enrique,
yes.
I wasn't able to uncheck that expert modeler, and it said my current periodic city is none, and you have 12. Where did I mess up?
I'll get there in a minute.
Okay.
Nobody,
Same thing,
yeah.
Rob.
No
Okay.
one should have anything. Everybody will show none.
Good.
All right. So you're good. You're good.
Okay.
All right. So then if we have identified outliers, we can skip this, but if not, we can include outliers that we want the software to detect. That's very useful. So let's just check everything there to see what happens. And then we go back here and click continue. All right. So we just modify the criteria menu, and then we have all of this. We can check for statistics, fit measures. Remember that in the testing model, and actually we have here, we can test for R-square, mean absolute deviation, mean absolute percentual error, mean square error, and the root of mean square error. All right. That can be done here. Now, AIC and BIC, we have not checked. We won't explain now, so we'll just leave it unchecked. We covered this last lecture, but now it's important to check that in here we are doing on residuals, the autocorrelation and the partial autocorrelation. So we have not established a forecasting period, so I'm not gonna display forecasts. And then what plots that we want to see? We want to see this and confidence intervals. And let's just, I'm gonna do it in individual models over these two. Include all models in output. You can filter that. Best fitting models for a certain criteria. All right. And the worst models. You can do it over a certain value here. You know what? Let's do this one. Let's go over R-square. And let's take the 5 best models. All right. But remember, in this menu, you can change it for anything that is one of those measures of goodness of fit that we covered in class, in the previous classes. Then we can save the outputs. We can save predicted values, and this is going to be the variable name. So what I will see once I click OK, this predicted value is going to show up in one of these columns as predicted, and it's going to give me all the values there. Then the lower confidence limit, upper confidence limit, and then residuals. All right. And all of these are going to be stored in the columns here. Then I click OK. And let's see, something happened here. All right, so the outlier type seasonal additive is not something that isn't allowing me. All right, so let's do that. Now to repeat the equation, I don't know if it showed you the same warning to all you guys. Did it show you?
I didn't get a
all
warning, but it did give me, it filled in 4 columns.
It did?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see. Yeah, I didn't get anything out of it. So when you want to repeat the last activity that you worked on, you just click the button here. All right. You see in both windows, this is the command, the output window. You're going to see the instructions of the code and results. And this is the interface where you change the data, right? In both windows, you get this small icon right here, which is recall recently used dialogue. So if I click, I'm going to use the time series modeler. And that's where I get to see all the things. So I need to change one thing very quickly. That's the part. Okay, let me click OK again. There you go. All right, so this is probably what you're seeing. So it's giving me only one model. And this is the output of that model. This is the confidence lower interval and the upper confidence interval limit. And this is the residual, right? So the residual should be the difference between these two. Now let's go back to the output. What am I seeing here? The best model, according to the data for me, was ARIMA 0118. Wow. I don't know what the model told you.
Mine said ARIMA 016. What would be the difference?
I guess because I had added the seasonality into it.
So mine didn't get a number, it just said HOLT. HOLT.
Holt, yeah.
Yep. Right
That's
there.
The Holt Winter, yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else? Now, one of the things in calculating this is just like simulation. Simulation uses random seeds, so these things use a lot of random seeds as well. And it depends on the power of your computer. It's gonna calculate differently sometimes what is the actual result. So when you use large data sets, you won't get, depending on the machine, you won't get the same result all although my result has another parameter that you don't have just yet. So if we look at that model, well, it gave me just one model, right? And it gave me the result, it gave me the charts. And then the observed is the red and the fit is the blue. And we can see that it goes along the lines really, really well. If we expanded the chart so that we could see those intervals, you would see that there is this threshold around the forecast. But the wonderful thing about this software is that it gives you everything, all right? You can see the spikes here, the autocorrelations and the partial autocorrelations. You could see these intervals so that we decide where we can make the things. If you remember how we associated this model, what was 118? So there's one differentiation level, all right? And then we have the periodicity here with the lags. The lag is we can see it's about 12. Yeah, what we get to see here. But then in the correlations, we get to see this example again. It goes back up at 12, but it has this particular curvy trend. So that's a non-stationary prediction model. So anyways, we come back here because it was trying to optimize for R-square. It gave me the model that gave me the highest R-square, so it's 0.92. So that's, in interpretation, is 92% of fitness or goodness of fit. So that's really, really good. All right. But when we go to the stationary, this is something related to software specific. There is a big gap here, and that's again something that from software to software you will see a very different result. So it's better to go under these the general comparison methods. All right. So it gave me this one. Now I'm gonna come back to the interface. I'm gonna come back here. Now, if I wanted to, let's see if it goes here. There was a section in the help menu. If you guys want to establish the periodicity, there is this paragraph right there. Indicates the periodicity of the active data set. The value is none, what it was showing you. If is displayed if no periodicity has been set. In order to establish the periodicity, we have to go to the define dates dialog. And that is a link. So in define dates, we have these options. So the menu that we have to go to is in data, right? And in data, we can go here to define data time. So we can say years, months. And then we say, I forgot, what was the year? We said 1995-01. So we established 1995, month 1, all right? And then we click OK. If I go back, well, it didn't create here, so let me just clear. So then you have here periodicity. All right. So now you know that month number 1 is January 1995. You have to take this step in order to repeat the time series modeler. And now you take this one out. And then which one would we take? I'm not sure why date is not showing up there, but yeah, I guess we can keep it there. Let me just go to ARIMA, or I'm gonna stick to Expert Modeler, but now I just want to do ARIMA models, and then now it should show you this. Can you see that? All right, Rob confirms. What about the rest of you guys?
I'll have to go back and watch where you lost me at on it because my numbers don't match anything like you got. So
don't worry. Let's focus on the menus rather than the results.
Copy.
Again, I guess everybody's gonna get slightly different result right now. All right. So as long as this shows up here, we have the periodicity there. And now I can, again, go and fit for ARIMA. And now I see the other component. So it's giving me 011, 011. And if we compare with the previous model, let's take a look. Model summary over here, 0.927 R square, 0.969 R square. So the model improved and the software automatically found it for me. All right. If we compare with the others, the mean absolute percent error, 2.484. Let's go here. Model summary, where is it? Here. 4.1, right? So the mean absolute percent error, the smaller the better. So we went from 4% to 2%. All right. Root mean square error. This is in quantity of crossings. So this is 848,000. And here I'm making a deviation over what is 1,300,000. So our error, or the root of the mean square error, is much smaller as well. So overall, the new model seems to be better, okay? But the software found it for me. I didn't have to do trial and error over each one of the different combinations. So because I could spend hours just by changing 0, 1, 2 or minus 0, 1, 2 here, 0, 1, 2 here, 0, 1, 2 here, 0, 1, 2 here, 0, 1, 2 here. So with all those combinations, we have to test every single model and see what's better. So the software is doing it for me.
Enrique, is it better because we had it adjust for seasonality?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, let's look at it. You see the autocorrelation and the partial autocorrelations. Now you don't have those big spikes as you had before. It's much smoother. And then when we come here, this actually kind of shadows the entire red observed data. All right. So does it make sense? So this is how we built the model. So with this data, our best model until now is this ARIMA 011011. All right, that's what I would use in order to create the forecast. Now you can see that we're using an entire year dephasing here so that we can start the prediction for February of the following year. Whereas over here, we started right away predicting February based on January's data. All right, so that seasonality is taking the whole year into consideration. All right, so that's where we get. So if you want to make an analysis of data with the software to find the best model for whatever data set you have, this software will do it for you. I'm gonna have pending to show you the R, but I think for the R environment, I would like to tackle that all at once for the different topics that we're gonna be covering during the semester so that we get familiar with R, and then we use all of these things into R so that because the loading of data and the manipulation of the interface is gonna be similar to this, but we need to type a little bit more. But R can do exactly the same thing as this. It can find the best model for you, and it can give you the charts, and it can give you all of these items. So I'm pretty sure that you're gonna have a lot of questions after, yeah, and Blake says, and it's free, of course. That's the biggest advantage of it. Once you get through the video again and you start playing with data, please let me know what questions you have. I'll be happy to answer any questions that arise regarding this. So given that being said, I want to wrap it up with forecasting. So it took me more than what I estimated to go through the entire topic of forecasting, but at least I gave you the one model that is the most common, which is ARIMA in modern forecasting. And now, I mean, this is the modeling that a lot of the current machine learning AI stuff is using to constantly update and generate models, because the advantage of ARIMA, the power of ARIMA is that it's always going to chase the data based on the model. But the disadvantage is that the model changes as we incorporate more data. So that's the point. If you keep adding data points to your data, you have to recalculate, and this model may change. If you want to keep a robust model, you would go over the intervals. So you would keep the lower and upper confidence intervals to pretty much test if you need to generate a new model or not. But as well, those indicators, as we said, the R square, MAD, MAP, MSE, and RMSE, those are going to be a good parameter to keep comparison in the update of the models that you try to find. Now, rule of thumb that we should not forget is the simpler model, the better. Always, always, always. The simpler the model, the better. And we should avoid overfitting. Now, right now, that's what we did. We found the best model for the data that we had. So we overfitted the data. If we were to add the other points of what actually happened, we could see possibly that our forecasting model is not going to give us that high yield in the indicators, that is going to have some sort of error. Which is okay, because again, nobody can predict the future, but you can get a good feeling about how it's going to look like. All right. Okay, so let's wrap it up here with the forecasting part. One of the things I wanted to share with you in this file that I gave you, if you just populate the information that you get, let me do it really quickly. I'm gonna get this one just for the sake of, sorry, not that one. Just for the sake of example, if I just copy paste into this yellow thing, everything's gonna be calculated for you. All right. Now you get to see here how that forecast is 0.69, which is closer to the stationary R-square. Now we go here. Let me do one thing. Let me just initialize here. Let's see if that had an impact. There you go. So I just repeated the initial data with the same one, because that has an effect over the rest of the initial parameters, but the spreadsheet pretty much calculates all these values for you. All right. Now this part right here is only over the forecasted period, what we call the holdout. Yes, that's what we had before. All right, so you have the Excel and you have the SPSS. Let me close this and let's take, what time is it? Oh, it's 2:20. All right, let's take now a 10-minute break so that you can refresh and reset. And we're gonna go with the PowerPoint slide that is the topic of today. All right, this one right here. Be back. In the meantime as well, there is an Excel spreadsheet into the module. Please download that Excel spreadsheet.
Rob, you look very concerned. You all right?
I'm just concentrating hard.
All right, cool. Cool.
Diet Mountain Dew, Blake, but just as deadly.
Mommy. Okay. Mommy. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Can you hear me, guys? Good.
I
Good.
can hear you.
All right, let's resume the recording. Before we continue, well, today's topic is going to be around the operations planning, which includes the sales part. And there's a little bit of math that is associated with today as well. So we're going to use the Excel template. And this time, instead of just going through it and trying to type the formulas, it's everything's populated already, so that we can go through it faster. But before we continue, I wanted to show you the results on the simulation. So basically, as you can see, there was this concept in the simulation that well, it went around the decisions that you had to make and how these reflected over the longer period of time. And there was a couple things there. Test was me just seeing that everything was working okay. And then by default, there is another one that is generated called the do nothing. And the do nothing means, well, test and do nothing, you see is the same result. In whatever configuration you had in the beginning, it provided I mean, just let it run and see what's the result. So the first positive thing is that you didn't lose a lot of money. So there's no negatives in here. That's good. You can see that two of the strategies in the scheduling policy, it was not a magic trick to do the CRI4 as the result to resolve the simulation, because you got that it was the first place and the last place as well. But one thing that is important to highlight here is the cash balance that Team 5 had over the rest. The difference between from the second place to the sixth place is considerable, but not that much. But the difference from the first to the second is substantial. Now, by looking at the reports and the job that these guys did, I could say that there was two things. They were doing constant monitoring of the items. And if you guys run the forecasting for the thing at not only the beginning of the period, but constantly, you would see that there were two inflection points. So the variability, well, it's not mirroring, but the variability comes in the beginning, is ramping up, then it balances out, and then it declines. All right, so the team number 5 was very good at grasping that, and it's reflected in the report, and it gave the results. Now, forecasting was not the only thing. You had to associate decisions into that forecasting, basically when to buy and sell machines and how to make the contract. So I guess the points in time when they made those changes derived into this big result in the cash balance. So congratulations to team number 5. Since we did not specify into this first simulation, I wanted to see how the simulation worked with you guys and the interactions. I have not worked with this simulation before, and I actually modified the setup so that there is a standard simulation that the vendor provides, and I customized this setup to match the objectives of this initial simulation. I just wanted to see how it worked, but starting the next simulation, there's going to be an incentive. I have not thought about what it's going to be yet, but for the winning team, there's going to be definitely an incentive that we could do into the grading. All right. So all I wanted to add into this is that by looking at the reports, I'm still in progress reviewing the reports, but the information and the quality of the report is somehow correlated to the result in the cash balance here. As we have been covering more concepts and more topics, the next simulations will increase a little bit the challenge to use more information. So let's get hands into the topic. For the sales and operations planning, from the standpoint of the manufacturing plan and control, this is the one element that is integrating the business plan with the functional planning efforts within the company. So it works kind of the central point, and let me just move forward. It's the central point that connects the engine with the front end, all right? So here's where we go into the specific sales plan and the operations plan integrated that derive into the master production schedule and the capacity planning, all right? So there are 4 elements that we're going to be constantly using into this, and that was part of the simulation. We're going to be working with demand and supply, and then we're going to be working with volume and mix, all right? So the balance of the supply and demand goes around the volume. So the most important thing or most important decision is to go around this, because this is going to match whatever we want to do for balancing demand and supply, all right? And the mix is going to come into the equation as we work with aggregation. So here is going to be very important in how you define the aggregation level so that it reflects the overall volume of production. All right. There is different levels of aggregation, but you have to have a very clear understanding that depending on what unit you're talking to, the aggregation has to be reflected by either general numbers or specific numbers. At the executive level, as it says here, non-manufacturing executives, usually the volumes have to be expressed by total sales in a particular unit or for the overall business. All right. So this one, it goes around the information that is generated from the ERP, as we saw before. And this is going to pretty much start making the requirements, and it lands from the master production schedule to what are the material requirements, the MRP. Everything here has to be documented, and it provides a clear control of the performance in manufacturing. And it is the link that provides a better integration among the functional areas and with the marketplace. So this is the process. We start with the sales forecast reports and at the end of the month, all right? And those reports have to be translated into the demand, and we plan for the demand, and then we need to fulfill that demand with different strategies. And then there is this first pass that we go around the analysis And then you go into the capacity constraints, and that is communicated for the pre-sales and operations planning meeting, and then recommendations and execution plan for executive sales and operations planning meeting, and that goes translated into action. So that's what is landed into what's going to happen in reality. For the strategies, and that's what we're going to be looking at, the Excel spreadsheet that I have uploaded, but certain key activities to get the information that we need to make those strategies is we need to updating the sales forecast. We need to review the impact of the operation plan changes, and usually this would be around service levels and cost, and what are the alternatives in case of any problems. All right. Basically, the discipline of these is if we get into the practice, we can pretty much get the engagement of all the from the executive level all the way to the shop floor, not just the operations manager, but also the CEO or CIO, so that they get a tangible information of what are the challenges there from the operations standpoint to fulfill the demand and to keep with the sales. There are certain displays that could be communicated, and there is a report, and that looks like exactly the Excel spreadsheet. So let me just jump into the strategy so that we can see exactly what I mean. So I'm going to show you the example first here into the PowerPoint, and then I'm going to show you different examples in the Excel spreadsheet. So there are 3 strategies that you could follow, and I have those 3 examples in the Excel. So the chase strategy is where the production output is going to be modified in order to match the demand. So in this case, what we're looking at is that the inventories at the end of each period are going to be minimized. All right. So we're going to try to sell, to produce what is demanded. All right. From a lean standpoint, this would be ideal. Now, one of the principles in lean is actually is not just chase or just level, is the mixed, because production smoothing, the Heijunka concept, that basically allows that you have smoothened out the variation in the demand over a specific time frame, so that you minimize both the impact of inventories, but as well the impact of modifications to your resources. All right, because if we go to a level strategy, production is constant, but we could be facing inventory buildup and back orders over time. We just don't move around that. Now, what could be an advantage of having a level production strategy? If we are producing constantly the same, what could be an advantage of that? We have predictability. I mean, we're always doing the same. But there's one more important, and I think that would be the only reason why we would do level production. What do you think it is? Well, pretty much in level production, that's where these companies, Manpower, where my wife works, Express Employment Professionals, what is another one? Well, these subcontracting companies have their actual advantage or the business. They go into the chase. In a level production, you don't hire or fire people as much. All right. So it's a constant fleet. In a chase production, you need to adjust all the resources, not just the materials, to your production. All right, because you want to keep inventories at minimum. So that means that if you are in the peak of, if the demand is seasonal and you're in the peak of that seasonality, then you need to hire a lot of people to keep up with production. But what's going to happen with that when that peak is over? You have to fire the people. So subcontracting becomes as a very good method for compensating here. All right, it's just the cost, the overall cost. Even when subcontracting might be a little bit more expensive than hiring directly, in the overall cost of the paperwork, hiring, and liabilities, is probably where the biggest advantage resides. That would be the point of it. So
you could also choose to pay a fortune in overtime.
Sorry?
You could choose to pay a fortune in overtime to make up for the to handle the demand.
Yeah, that's another way of doing it. So yeah, it requires, that goes on HR policies, overtime, or as we were discussing, we're still in development right now in a project, but we mentioned this, the furniture industry just boomed with COVID. And that's the same situation with the marine industry. So there's a lot of boat sales and there's a lot of furniture being sold right now. And that's just in the organizations that I'm aware of that are here in the region. And one of the biggest problems, especially with the furniture, is that they don't have the people. Even with subcontracting and everything, they're getting behind. They used to have a policy of 21 days. They are like 40 days behind now, behind schedule. And they just said they're the busiest they've ever been. And it seems that their markup into what they sell would give them enough to pay for overtime. Their people is working, I believe, about 11 hours a day. And they work, their schedule is supposed to be 5 days a week. They're working 6 days. So they're working about 66 hours, 26 hours of overtime. And plus in their pay grade, that the schedule, that the scheme they have for paying them, they do also on efficiency rates. So if they do not only get extra pay for overtime, they get an extra pay for every piece of furniture that they do over the 100% expected. So yeah, these guys are, I mean, you could see them, they're being worked out. I mean, you can see they're worn out. But they're making a lot of money. But I guess it has reached the balance where it's coming at a price. I mean, it's always going to be at a price, but it doesn't look like some of these guys are willing to pay that price.
I have some furniture on back order right now.
There you go. So you know why now.
Yes.
So anyways, so these are the formulas that we're going to use, and I'm going to show you the template, but I put all of these already in the spreadsheet. All right. So we have to get the information, the end month inventory targets. So these are the inventory at time T equals the target days times the expected demand at the following month. for the following period divided by the working days at the following period, okay? Then the operations plan in units is the production is the forecast sales minus the inventory at the previous period plus the current inventory. And then the number of employees required is going to be the plant production, this one over here. So this one comes over here, divided by employee productivity, all right? And what employee productivity means is how many products they can produce over a specific period of time, all right? So if we're talking about a month period here, so we just have to do the plant production over if a person can do 10 units a day, and we need to do 100 units per day plant production. So that's the 100 by 10. So that's 10 employees that you need to keep up with production. So this is pretty straightforward. And then we calculate the hires and fires for each period. So if the number of employees of the current period is greater than the number of employees that was in the past period, then we need to hire. Otherwise, we need to fire people. And that's the formulation right there. All right. So I'm going to show you in the spreadsheet in detail, but this is how it looks like. So we start with the sales forecast right here in millions. And then this is some part of the history, and this is the plan for the whole year. All right. So this is how we go. These are the in money, and then this is in the number of units, what is represented. All right. And then this is what we have. And then this is the difference from the forecast. And then the cumulative difference is just, since we don't have anything prior here, it's blank. But if you add 33 and 37, that's 70, 70 plus 30, 100, all right, so on. And then we can do that from the operations plan as well. So that brings in this number right here. Now, it's not in the example I have in the Excel, it's not going to be broken down from the sales to the operations, but it's going to have these numbers anyways. And then the number of employees that we started at the period, the number of working days in the month of October, and then the actual number of employees, the difference in month, all right, 27, and that's how we go through. And then we analyze the inventory. So we have in the plan the 100, then this is in units by thousands, the actual, and then that's how much days of supply we have. And that's how much we can fulfill the customer service in percentage. This I don't have actually in the spreadsheet, so we can cross that off. But yeah, and as we go through the periods and we go through the plan, we can see here that we need to do the hires and layoffs. So we need to hire 144 people here for the month of January. And then that goes at a specific cost, all right? And each employee can produce 8 units a day. Let me just erase that so that you can see it clearly. So that basically goes into what can be done into per person per day. And that's how we start the calculation. So we need 144 people for here to hire, all right? And that's gonna be the additional people. So that goes over here. That's the difference from here to here. And we keep that people all over because we keep hiring. But then there's a point where from here to here, you can see we need less people because that's a projection. So we need to fire 910 people, all right? And there's a cost of firing of 500 per employee, all right? And that's how it goes. We just keep up with this formulation as we go through the forecasts, all right? This is the tabular display. So if we take the cost, we just multiply hires times 200, it gives us this amount. We don't have firing cost until we get here. And then we have the cost of carrying an inventory of 2%. So that's how we calculate here. We just have to add these costs over here and we get the total cost for the month of January. And if we get all the way to the end, we get the totals. So the policy of the total cost over here is going to be 4,282,101. So that's a plan if we went into these hiring and firing. So when do we go firing and hiring employees? When we're chasing demand, right? So that's the strategy that was shown over here. So these are all the banners. Using a chase strategy can lead to large variations in plant production, all right? And this is the cost of it. Now, what is the point of comparison here? If we use the fixed fleet, then we just set the fleet for the entire year on the same number of people so that these numbers over here, we just get to hire or fire in the initial period, but we don't make any changes anyway, any point forward. And that just would be the cost associated with that hiring or firing in the initial period. And the only thing is going to be that the inventory cost is going to change because we're going to have either back orders or we're going to carry an inventory. All right. Now, here's where the fixed policy in people can vary. Let me just see here. When we level the strategy, all right, these are the formulations. I'm just going to go directly in here. When we level the strategy, you see right here, we have that the hires are 715, and that's the only cost. Everything else remains at 0. But that comes at a price of carrying an inventory. But it turns out that carrying an inventory is much cheaper than hiring and firing people. So in this case, our total cost came down to 2 million from the 4 million that we had here. All right. And the head count remains the same. Now, one of the things that we have to make sure is that that head count that we have has to match a specific criterion. How do we decide what's the head count that we're going to use over the period of that year? Well, we basically have to go through the entire analysis of the forecast. And whenever is the peak period, all right, where was it? Well, it's actually slightly different there. But anyways, it is not following that in this one. But whenever you're chasing the biggest peak in production, you can decide to take that number and use that as a constant fleet that you're going to be heading towards the entire plan. or you can optimize the fleet that you're going to have at any given point. All right. But the head count remains the same. It doesn't change. What changes is going to be here, the inventories, right? And that's the cost that we have for carrying an inventory. Compared to the previous one, is much cheaper to follow this strategy. All right. So let's go back to the Excel example. I have too many windows open here, but let me just go there. So that's a file that is posted on Canvas. Can you see my screen now, the Excel spreadsheet?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So you see, this is a simplified version of that. So we have the period forecast. This is per year. All right, it's not per month as in the other example. These are the forecasts of production. Actually, just add there. And then this is the net predicted. We have the initial inventory that was this 20,000, and that's expressed here, 20,000 packages at the end of the current year. And what we want to do is that we want to establish the constant workforce policy so that we pretty much keep up with the cost by not changing the fleet. All right. So this is a predicted value over there. If I go here, this just equals the subsequent values. This is just a subtraction because of the initial inventory. But then this is the cumulative. All right, we're adding there. The units per worker is 30,000. Each worker is paid 25,000 per year for producing 30,000 packages. So that's the capacity right here. All right. And then as we get the cumulative here, we just are adding. So we can, over 5 years, each worker should be able to produce 150,000. So then we calculate the workers needed. So we just divide the cumulative net over the total. So we need 9.3. We need 6.6, 6.6, 5.91, 6.3. All right. That could be calculated if you just got the net predicted. In that sense, if we round these numbers, 9.33 goes up to 10, right? So if we just got to the number of required workers, these would be the numbers. So we just get to hire 7 people at the beginning because current number of employees were 3. And we're going to end up having 10. So our hires are 10. And why 10? Because that's the maximum we're going to need. So we're going to keep the fleet at 10. Okay, that's an initial policy. You could start differently and just go around the average if you want. So we just hired 10 at the beginning and never fire anyone. And that's gonna cost us over 5 years is the sum of these. So we just price per employee, that's a total price, all right? The number of units produced is that one times the total number of workers. Cumulative production, just adding the values until we reach the end. And then the ending inventory, right? So it's just the subtraction of this minus this. There you go. So that's how much we end up with inventory. And then the inventory cost is 0.04. Let me just increase here so that you can see it. There you go. So this is with constant workforce of 10 is 1320. So, well, 1,320,000. So that's how you calculate this, constant workforce of 10 workers. Can you optimize this? Maybe, because we're just gonna hire, all right? And we can experiment with this. So let's say that we have 7 all the way here. 7, 7, 7, 7. And because we're gonna have 7, we're just gonna hire, this is not the requirement there, so we're gonna hire 4 people, all right? So with a constant workforce of 7, you see the cost comes down a lot, but here's what happens. We have back order here, all right? If our policy was to not have any back orders, we cannot do that, all right? So generally speaking, we would take the bigger number over the 5-year period, and we would use that number. So in this case, sticking at 10 seems to be the best possible answer because that's a requirement. I cannot have 9 because it's gonna give me negative values still, all right? But we're paying for not having back orders, that difference in the amount over here, all right? Now, what if we would make a quick chase strategy instead of having constant workforce? What if we just stick to the number of workers that we were gonna use, but then come down and fire more people than what is required there? So we start at 10, and then we fire somebody, and we use this value over here. This comes from this number, but starting here, we come down to 4 employees because of the inventories that we have generated over these 2 periods. These can absorb the cost, so we can fire people here and then fire people here again, all right? So we're gonna fire 3, fire 3 more. That's gonna cost us 6,000 plus the 3,500 of hiring, but substantially counts less because of the ending inventory is gonna be much less, all right? That's a worker payment, inventory cost. So is that okay? If we go into the graphs here, we have the conditions. We can keep playing around with chasing demand. And we can see there are different patterns depending on where we make the changes to chase strategy. There's another example here. The super cheap. This is monthly data. Again, initial inventory, there's a final inventory that wants to be kept. And we just follow the same formulas. Capacity is 240 units. All right. We just have to go with the working days over here per month. And then we keep the calculations. And this is the constant workforce. All right. The cost of this, 51. What if we were to do the chasing demand? So we make changes in workforce, but we are trying to keep up with the demand over here. So we are firing and hiring people all over the place. In this case, the strategy of chasing becomes more expensive than the fixed work fleet. All right. So it could be mixed, as you could see in this case, in the first example. We just fired in the first 2 years, but then we remained constant. And by remaining constant over here, we were able to reach a much lower number than what we had calculated here if we were to just have at 7 over here, but we would be back ordering. So this is pretty much the 2 strategies, and the templates have been filled out for you here. All right. If you have questions about the formulas, about the calculations, please let me know. This is pretty much straightforward, and you just do trial and error. Now, we're going to look at another example because we can use linear programming operations research in order to do the forecasting method there. So what time is it? 3:12. All right, so I'm gonna skip this part. Well, before I skip, because it's important, how do you define the aggregation in those plans? So these aggregation levels could go into different layers. So this is from the more general aggregation to the more specific level of aggregation. So you go on the direction from top to bottom, all right? When dealing with those plans, generally for management, you would go either here or here, but you would not go beyond these 3 initial levels. When you're trying to deal with functional areas, then you could go over here, and directly with production and warehousing, you would be dealing more over this particular area. Product managers, program managers will require possibly this type of information. All right. So it really depends on who you're communicating with. That's the level of aggregation that you would be using when reporting this data. All right, just like the forecasting as we mentioned. All right, let me just go to this part right here, because what I want to show is that we could find similar things by using the linear programming, as long as we formulate the problem into that particular convention. So again, I don't plan for you to memorize this. If it comes in a quiz, you can always come back to the slides and take a look at this. All you got to do here is that, as we had in that spreadsheet, we had the costs and firing, then the labor, overtime, and then we have the inventory and the idle time costs. All right, so we could optimize, instead of doing either the chase or the level work fleet, we could optimize what is the best for any given period. Again, that would conflict if we want to make mixed, but this would be the optimal if what the convention here is to have the smallest cost possible. All right. Now you did go over operations, research, and linear programming already, didn't you? Yes, no?
What was the question again?
That you did work with linear programming already. Have you worked with linear programming already in any of the classes?
If we did, I've forgotten it.
You did, but what? Sorry?
If we did, I've forgotten which class.
Okay. So, all right, to not be very overwhelming, Excel is gonna do this for you for now. All right. So as long as we remember the general structure, this is the objective function right here. And the objective function, this is linear programming because all of our equations are gonna be set linear, all right? So as you see, they're not quadratic terms, or they're not gonna be any multiplication terms or division. There's only gonna be addition and subtraction, all right? So the objective function is all the costs. So this is the cost associated times the number of hiring people. The cost associated to fire times the firing people, all right? But this is a very straightforward number, so that you add this times plus this, plus this, plus this term, all of it is gonna come into a linear equation, all right? So we're trying to find the best possible combination over here of parameters or variables that can yield the smallest possible cost, all right? So we're going to minimize. And the restrictions are gonna be these ones over here. So that's with objective function and the restrictions or constraints. So these two are associated with inventory, all right? So that means that the inventory of the prior period, all right? And this is IT minus 1. This is inventory cost, I, plus XT, and let's see, XT is the number of employees, all right? Plus OT, that's the overtime cost, minus IT, which is inventory again, should be equal to the demand, all right? And the inventory, all right, should be greater and equal to a constant that we have set of inventory at the end, all right? Then regular production constraint over here. So this is the number of employees minus A is not defined here, which is I think that the production line or the production of period, the number of W, I forgot what it meant. Let me just go to the Excel so that I could tell you exactly. And that this should be that as we produce, we end up in the period with a balance. So this is the balance of overtime. So whatever extra hours that we do, it should equal 0 at the end. And then this is the workforce change. This is the number of people that we had at the any given period, minus, this is the difference from one period to another period. This is the hiring people plus the firing people, should equal 0. All right. And these are all the initializing constraints. This is at period zeros. This is at the period M. All right. That's what it went. So this is the availability of the workers and the inventory. All right, so these are some assumptions in the problem. Let's go back to the Excel. And that's where we're gonna have all these parameters. Beginning workforce, 84.
Are you back on the Excel, Enrique?
Oh, thank you for bringing it. Yeah, here it is, the Excel. All right. So this data that you have right here is the data that is here. All right. So this is at the beginning of the period, 84 people. Then we have the workforce in August, 72, beginning inventory that we need to have at the end at least 2,000 units in inventory. And this is the August ending inventory. Then the costs that are associated with each value. This is 1,800 for employee per month. This is the inventory cost per unit per month. This is the overtime cost per unit. This is the cost of hiring, cost of firing. This is the regular time. And this is the maximum overtime that we can do per month. All right. Now, this is the beginning inventory over there. And then this is going to be a result of certain changes that happen as we formulate the optimization model. All right. So let me go back here. If we look at these, these are our changing cell for decision variables, all right? Let me remove all this. Let me remove all this. Let me remove all this. All right. Okay. All right, so the next step, again, the formulas have been done already. We just go to data in Excel and solver. Please confirm with me if you have the solver loaded into Excel already. You do, great. So we click solver. And there's one message here. Yes, good. All right, so let's go over every single one of these things. The objective function is to minimize cost. All right. So over here we have the totals. This is the row of totals. So this is the addition of all the costs. All right. So that's going to be the objective function. And I want to minimize that. G25 right here. Then I'm going to change the values on D and D10 to E21. So this is D10 to E21. All right. Then H10 to I21. H10 to I21 right here. All right. So those are the changing variable cells. So that's what the computer is going to play around with in order to find the optimal. And the constraints are going to be here. All right. So those are the constraints that we have in the previous parameter. And then we just define that certain constraints have to be integers. So C21, we have C21 over here. All right. Should be equal to C5. All right. So C5. That's what it should be. All right. Now I don't know why it's not making that change, but anyways. E10 is equal to E21. Sorry, E10 to E21. E10 to E21 should be less or equal than K10 to K21, which is this maximum overtime. All right. Then G21 should be equal to C8. G21 right here should be equal to C8 right over here. Okay. Then D10 to D21, which is all this, should be less or equal than J10 to J21, which is the maximum regular production. All right. And then H10 to I21, all the numbers here should be integer. So we can only hire one person at a time. And then G10 to G21, which is this, should be greater or equal than C7, which is the minimum ending inventory. All right.
Enrique, do those calculations need to be in any particular order for this to work, or you just got to make sure you got them all accounted for?
You just got to make sure that they are inside this box.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. One very important thing here, anything that has not been constrained, if you want to remove, you can say greater or equal than 0 here, but instead of adding those constraints for the variables, you just check this box and you save yourself time into making them non-negativity constraints. So make unconstrained variables non-negative. Just check that box. All right. And then over here, we select the simplex method for the linear programming. There are some other options over here. I don't know if you're able to see the other window. Can you see this popped up window?
Yes.
All right. So constraint position for all methods. And then optimality of an integer to 5%. Maximum time in seconds that we want this to run 100, and then the maximum number of iterations 100. That is, if the problem doesn't find an optimal and keeps looping and looping and looping and looping, trying to find the optimal, we have bound the limits so that it doesn't keep running constantly. I'm gonna hit OK, and then I'm gonna hit solve. All right. And you have the ability to generate reports, sensitivity. You can select one by one, answer, sensitivity, and limits, and then keep solver solution, and we can save scenario, but let's hit OK. All right, and the reports have been created in new tabs. So we have the answer report, we have the sensitivity report, and the limits. All right. But at the end of the day, what matters most is this value right here. Based on those parameters and those constraints, this is the minimum cost that we can have by using linear programming. All right. And you see, it populated the solution by itself. We didn't require any overtime. We were able to meet with regular production in this amount, and we only needed to hire 4 people at that period, February, and then we needed to fire 16 people in August. So the linear program gave us the optimal answer for our problem. All right. If you want to play around with the other, this is just for the upcoming year. This is disaggregated. You can have the aggregation level and you can just play around. In the solver, it's already over there. So the formulas again are already populated. If you solve it, you're going to get the response over here. All right.
So is this already posted with all the solver and everything completed?
Sorry?
Are you going to post this with the solver and everything completed?
It's there.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Yeah, that file is already uploaded. Please confirm if you can see it in Canvas. All right.
It's there. It's there.
Good. So we are on time right now. These 2 methods are very important for calculating meeting the demand, and they're very traditional. All right. So there are more sophisticated methods, but I just wanted to give you the basic ones so that we could move on. All right, guys, since we're out of time, if you have any more questions, please do not hesitate to let me know. All right. And we'll see you next week.
Thank you, Dr. Enrique. Can we expect something like this on our upcoming quiz?
Thank you.
Can what's it? Sorry?
Can we expect something like this on our upcoming quiz?
You can, but again, in the past example, I would give you pretty much almost everything so that you just do point and click for the solution. Something that wouldn't take you more than 2 minutes to respond.
Okay, thank you.
No, not true. I'm gonna keep adding at least 1 problem per quiz. All right, guys. So we can stop the recording now. Michael, if you wanna just stay for a second.
You bet.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Enrique. See you later.
Thank you, guys. See you. I'm trying to get to set the parameters so that we can start. So you said you have time to do it now, right?
Sorry, I lost my mute button. Yes, I've got time to do it right now.
All right. Let me go here. Quizzes. Quiz 1, part 2. Edit. All right. Add. For some reason, do you have your net ID on hand?
Is it just the letters of my name? That one?
Yeah, the one
Sure.
you used to log in.
Sure. It's M
Uh-huh.
GILHOOL.
Oh, it's until L.
Yep. It just drops the Y from my name.
For some reason, I cannot add you.
Oh.
Oh, I think you were added already. That's the reason why. I just need to.
I've got a button that says take quiz, but I just didn't want to click it without talking.
Oh, okay. 1 second. I think I added you, but I didn't set the date. Yeah, here you are. Okay, so let's do it that you can start 3:40.
Just for clarity, I see on here it says we've got 15 minutes. I thought I heard that we had 10 minutes. Is it actually 15?
Yeah, you have 15.
Okay, got it. So when you say 3:40, am I just supposed to wait for 3:40 and then click go, or will it tell me to go?
You can go. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
All right. So you need to refresh your canvas.
Okay.
All right. It should give you a due date at 3:55.
Due date September 25 at 3:55. Yep.
All right. Now you can start now. So it's still 15 minutes from when you start. So
Got it.
that doesn't change much.
Okay.
So if you start now, you have 15 minutes exactly.
That sounds good. How did everyone else do it? They just keep the mic open so that they could ask you questions, or?
Yeah, I can stay here. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. All right, here we go. Wait, get my model up. All right, I click go. I can do these out of order, can't I?
Sorry, what's that?
I can do these out of order, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So Enrique, I'm going to answer a question on number 10, but I'll petition you afterwards because I think I've got the correct answer, but it's not available. But I'll go back and ask you afterwards.
Okay. For the problem?
Yeah. If you're looking at it right now, I've got 12 days for cash to cash cycle time. But,
Check again against the formulas. Check very carefully with the formulas.
Oh, I tried on my Excel formula multiple times. And I thought I had it down.
Okay.
Well,
Well, if you're still missing answers in the other 9,
yeah, I'll go back and answer those.
yeah.
All right, I've got the rest of them answered. So I'm gonna hone in. Wait, I've got to press the button by 3:55 that I'm done, right?
That's the no, actually before it, you should have a clock on the top right. It tells you it's
Oh, got it. I got 4 minutes left. Okay. All right, I'm gonna home back in on my formula. Well, to be honest, I don't know that I'm going to come up with a different answer in the next 2.5 minutes. So I'm going to click submit, but is there any way I can share my screen and show you what I'm looking at?
All right. Yeah, just I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure you will be able to share your screen unless. Let me. I think you can share now.
Okay. Well, we can click the button and make it official. Oh, 70. All right. Let's see.
Got it.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I was getting.
I can't see your screen. I'm seeing your responses.
You cannot see my screen? Oh, never mind. I got
No.
Here. Oh, well, I got to go back in and change settings in my computer and all that to make that happen. Oh, never mind.
Well, since you're the last person to answer, I can go through the example with you.
Okay.
Let me share the screen. So this is your answer.
Oh.
15 days, right?
That was the correct answer? Oh, no.
17.
Okay.
Now let me see what you're doing. So we calculate this first into the ratio of sales by the number of days, right?
So I should have $166,666 for.
Yeah, this one right here. You got it. All right. Then the account receivable per day. So it's the accounts receivable balance. All right.
Divided by big S small d sales days.
Yeah. So that's 750,000, right?
Yep. I get 4.5.
Correct. All right. And then the cost of daily sales
Is let's see, I've got it 166,666 times 60%.
Yep. So that's 100,000. Right?
Yep, 100,000.
All right. Then the daily inventory is the inventory divided by the cost of daily sales.
So 1 million divided by 100,000.
Yeah.
10.
10. Right?
Yep.
And then, oh, I think I see where the problem I had. Yeah. There you go. That was the issue. Yeah.
Okay. And did you want to?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had a plus instead of a minus at the bottom here.
Got it.
So yeah, what I have to do is to correct that one because there was 2 versions of the same problem. And I said I was going to review this for everybody that there's another question that I had a mistake as well that I'm going to review, I was going to review and I'm going to make the modifications. So you have this one wrong. Let me go. Can you see all the things here? So the CPFR is 9 steps.
Okay.
For possible components of a time series demand are all the 3 of them. So it's seasonal, cyclical, and trend. So that's the correct answer is 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
And then this one, which is the one that I'm going to change.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do that right now. So yeah, now it should reflect 80.
Okay.
All right.
What were the I'm thinking back to the question about the CPFR. I thought I had the well, I'll go back and take a look at that one.
Yeah, it's let me show you where it is. It should be in this presentation. And right there. So we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Sorry, I just minimized you. I'm not seeing the presentation.
Okay, 1 second.
If there's none, I can go back and find it.
Right here.
Ah,
Yeah,
I got
so,
it.
so it's slides 45 and 46.
Yep. Understood.
Yeah. All right.
Sounds good. Thanks for giving me a few extra days. I was not back home until about 9 o'clock on Monday night, and then had work Tuesday through yesterday. So
Well, I hope everything is slightly better now. I know that with a toddler and expecting, it's probably a challenging time for quite a while. When is the due date?
February 14th, Valentine's Day, actually.
Oh, well, February. Good.
Yep. Yeah, everything's going well there. How did moving go?
Good. Yeah, we're already in the new place, so I mean, still a lot of boxes to open, and probably some that will remain unopened. But we're already here, and everything looks decent now.
Okay. Good deal. You don't have to do that again for a little while.
I know. Yeah. I mean, we always hear this rule that the average moving is every 5 years over here. In Mexico is completely different. So pretty much you move only once or twice. I mean, the first one is when you move out of your parents' house. And then after that, you just do one-time upgrades most of the times, unless it's for work. But yeah, over here, it seems that it's very normal to move, but we don't plan to do it, at least for a while. We're looking for the school district. That was the most important thing for us.
Mm-hmm.
So our kid just turned 3, so we want him to start in the Harding Valley Academy Elementary. So yeah, that was the main decision point.
That's funny what kids do. I throughout the first probably 10 years, maybe 11 years of my career, I lived in 5 different states.
Oh God.
5 times in 11 years, and then met my wife. We bought this house together, and then of course had a kid, and I haven't moved since. So kids tend to either make you move or make you stay still.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's a complete change of gears. That's yeah, definitely.
But Enrique, thank you again very much for the leeway. I'm a little disappointed in myself that I only got an 80, but appreciate everything, and I'll do better next time.
No worries. Take care and have a good weekend.
Thank you, and you too.
Bye-bye.